The forest was alive with whispers of an ancient blessing, a silence so deep it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Somewhere in the heart of this forest, under the shade of towering trees, stood Anjana, her form radiant yet sorrowful. Her eyes, dark pools of yearning, gazed upward as if questioning the heavens. She wasn't just another mortal, her beauty was otherworldly, her presence a rare blend of human grace and divine essence. But her heart carried a weight heavier than the tallest mountain. Anjana's story was one of penance. She wasn't born a mortal but a celestial Apsara, cursed to live on earth for a transgression in the divine court. The curse had stripped her of her ethereal dance, replacing it with the rough texture of earthly sorrow. Yet, Anjana didn't resent her fate. Instead, she sought redemption, dedicating herself to prayers and asceticism, her tears mingling with the dust of the forest floor. Each tear carried a silent plea, for meaning, for peace, for something greater than herself. It was during one of these fervent prayers that Keshri appeared, a warrior with the strength of 1,000 lions and the heart of a saint. His footsteps were deliberate, his voice a deep resonance that matched the rhythm of the earth itself. He was a Vanera, a being with the spirit of the forest, half man, half monkey, and entirely noble. When his eyes met Anjana's, there was no mistaking the connection. It was as if their souls had known each other through lifetimes, their union a thread woven by fate itself. Their love was not born of fleeting passion but of shared purpose. Keshri's strength and Anjana's devotion were two halves of a whole, and together, they sought to create a life that would honor the divine forces that had brought them together. Yet, even in their happiness, there was a void, a longing for a child to complete their world. Anjana's prayers grew more intense, her voice carrying through the forest, reaching heights even the wind couldn't ignore. She fasted for days, her body weakened, but her spirit unyielding. One day, as the sun cast a golden hue over the forest, her prayer reached its peak. She called out to the heavens, not with desperation but with unwavering faith. And the heavens answered. In the realm of the gods, Lord Shiva, the great ascetic and the supreme destroyer, heard her call. Shiva, moved by her devotion, decided to grant her a boon. He summoned Vayu, the god of wind, his loyal messenger, and entrusted him with a task that would ripple through eternity. Vayu descended to the forest, unseen but deeply felt. The air around Anjana stilled, as though the very breath of the world had paused to watch what would happen next. A gentle breeze caressed her face, carrying with it a divine energy. It was not just the wind, it was life, sacred and eternal. The energy entered her being, and in that moment, she knew her prayers had been answered. The sky seemed to roar in approval as the forest came alive with a divine light. Even the animals, instinctively understanding the gravity of the moment, stood in silent reverence. Keshri, standing nearby, felt the shift too. He knelt beside Anjana, his mighty frame humbled by the divine presence he could not see but could feel in every fiber of his being. In the months that followed, Anjana carried within her a life that was no ordinary life. The child she bore radiated a divine energy even before birth. Her body glowed, her steps lighter, as though she carried not a burden but a blessing. Keshri's strength grew too, his heart swelling with pride and anticipation. The forest around them seemed to thrive, its trees greener, its streams clearer, as though the earth itself was rejoicing. When the day finally arrived, the world seemed to hold its breath again. The labor was arduous, as any birth is, but there was a sense of divine purpose in every moment. As Anjana cried out, her voice mingled with the hum of the wind, and the forest answered in echoes. Keshri stood outside their dwelling, his fists clenched, his heart racing, every roar of the wind filling him with both dread and hope. And then, silence. A silence so profound it seemed to stretch into eternity. It was broken by the first cry of a child, a cry that wasn't just a sound but a declaration. The moment Keshri stepped inside and saw his son, his knees buckled, and tears streamed down his face. Anjana held the child close, her tears soaking his tiny, radiant body. The baby wasn't like any other. His tiny form glowed with an inner light, his eyes filled with a wisdom far beyond his years. A tuft of golden fur adorned his face, and a long, delicate tail curled around his legs. This was no ordinary child. This was a gift from the gods, a force destined to change the course of history. As Kesari held his son for the first time, a gust of wind swept through the room, warm and reassuring. It was as if Vayu himself was there, blessing the child he had helped bring into this world. Kesari looked at Anjana, his voice choked with emotion, and said, "He is more than our son. He is a gift to the world." The child, even in his infancy, radiated a sense of calm and purpose. His cries were not of helplessness but of power, as though he was already preparing for the destiny that awaited him. Anjana whispered a silent prayer of thanks, her heart full, her soul at peace. She didn't know the full extent of what her child would become, but she knew he was destined for greatness. And so, the child who would be known as Hanuman, the greatest devotee, the mightiest warrior, and the embodiment of devotion and strength, began his journey in a forest blessed by gods and nurtured by love. The winds outside whispered his name, carrying it far and wide, as if announcing to the world that a hero had been born. The winds continued to hum, as if carrying a message forward, a message that would echo through time, reaching the ears of those who awaited his deeds. The sun rose over the dense forests, casting golden light that danced through the leaves and lit up the world below. In the heart of this wilderness, laughter erupted, a sound so pure, so infectious, that even the birds paused their morning songs to listen. There he was, a young Hanuman, his face gleaming with joy, his small yet powerful frame moving with an energy that seemed boundless. His golden fur glistened as he leapt effortlessly from one treetop to another, his tail curling playfully behind him. This was no ordinary child. This was a boy with strength and mischief that could stir the heavens. Even as a child, Hanuman's energy was unmatched, his curiosity uncontainable. He would often wander through the forest, his bright eyes soaking in the world around him. Every stone, every tree, every creature fascinated him. But his favorite game was to challenge the wind. He would leap into the sky, pushing himself higher and higher, laughing as the gusts tried to catch him. Vayu, the wind god and his divine father, watched these antics with pride, his presence felt in the gentle breezes that accompanied Hanuman wherever he went. One day, as the morning sun rose higher, Hanuman's gaze fell upon the glowing orb in the sky. To his young eyes, it wasn't just the sun, it was a golden fruit, ripe for the taking. His stomach growled, and without a second thought, he crouched, his tiny muscles rippling with divine power, and launched himself into the air. The earth beneath him seemed to tremble as he soared higher and higher, his laughter echoing across the heavens. The gods watched in astonishment as this child, unaware of his own strength, hurtled toward the sun with a determination that defied all logic. Surya, the sun god, looked on in both amusement and alarm. As Hanuman drew closer, his small hands outstretched to grasp the glowing sphere, Surya emitted a blinding light, hoping to dissuade him. But Hanuman only squinted, his face breaking into a grin. "You cannot hide from me," he declared, his voice ringing with a confidence far beyond his years. Indra, the king of the gods, saw the potential danger and decided to intervene. With a flash of lightning, he hurled his thunderbolt at the boy. It struck Hanuman square on the jaw, sending him plummeting back to earth. The impact left a mark, a slight dent on his jaw that would forever remind him of this day. But it wasn't the fall or the injury that shook the heavens, it was the earth's reaction. The winds howled in fury, the trees swayed violently, and the world itself seemed to mourn. Vayu, enraged by what had happened to his son, withdrew his essence from the world. The air stilled, suffocating life itself. The gods, realizing the gravity of their actions, hurried to make amends. They gathered around the fallen boy, each bestowing a blessing upon him. Surya gifted him wisdom, Indra granted him immunity to his weapon, and Brahma gave him the boon of invincibility. One by one, the gods ensured that this boy, whose mischief had shaken the heavens, would grow into a being of unparalleled strength and virtue. But even these divine gifts couldn't tame Hanuman's playful spirit. As he grew, his mischief only intensified, his strength becoming both a blessing and a challenge for those around him. He loved to tease the animals in the forest, chasing them one moment and befriending them the next. His favorite targets were the sages who meditated in the woods. He would tiptoe up to them, his tail twitching with anticipation, and then clap his hands loudly, breaking their concentration. The sages, exasperated but charmed, would laugh despite themselves. "This boy is trouble," they'd mutter, though their smiles betrayed their words. There was a day when Hanuman decided to test his strength against the trees. He wrapped his arms around the trunk of the largest tree he could find and began to pull. The ground shook, his roots, thick and ancient, tore from the soil. The tree toppled with a mighty crash, sending birds flying in all directions. Hanuman clapped his hands in delight, unaware of the chaos he'd caused. But when he saw the frightened animals and the upset villagers who relied on the tree's fruits, his face fell. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone," he said softly, his voice filled with guilt. Kesari and Anjana, his parents, watched these moments with a mix of pride and concern. They knew their son was no ordinary child, that his strength and spirit came with a purpose far greater than their understanding. But how does one guide a child who could wrestle with the wind, leap to the sun, and uproot the mightiest trees? They chose love, patience, and stories of wisdom, hoping to channel his boundless energy into something meaningful. Still, Hanuman's most extraordinary acts often came without intention. Once, while playing by a river, he noticed a crocodile lurking in the water, its eyes fixed on a group of deer drinking nearby. Without a second thought, Hanuman leapt into the water, grabbing the crocodile by its tail and hurling it onto the shore. The deer scattered, safe once more, while the crocodile slithered away, too stunned to retaliate. Hanuman, dripping wet and beaming with pride, turned to find the deer watching him, their eyes filled with gratitude. There was an innocence to his actions, a purity that made even his mischief endearing. He didn't act out of malice, but out of a boundless curiosity and an innate desire to protect. Yet, there was always an undercurrent of something greater in his actions, a sense that these were merely glimpses of the hero he was destined to become. The forest, in all its beauty and mystery, became both his playground and his training ground. The animals, the trees, the rivers, they all bore witness to the growth of this extraordinary child. They saw his moments of mischief, his bursts of strength, and his rare moments of quiet reflection. They sensed that Hanuman, with his golden fur and unbreakable spirit, was not just a part of the forest, but its guardian, its heart. And so, the winds whispered once more, carrying tales of the boy who could leap to the sun and uproot trees with ease. They whispered of his strength, his mischief, and the destiny that awaited him. But these whispers carried more than stories, they carried the promise of what was yet to come. The morning sky shimmered like molten gold, its brilliance spreading warmth across the sleeping earth. Amid this serene beauty, a child's eyes gleamed with wonder. Hanuman, his tiny frame brimming with boundless energy, stood atop a hill, his gaze fixed on the sky. The fiery orb of the sun hung there, majestic and radiant, casting its golden glow over everything. To Hanuman, it wasn't just the sun, it was the brightest, most enticing fruit he had ever seen. His stomach growled, a playful reminder of his growing hunger. Hanuman tilted his head, his young mind racing with curiosity. What kind of fruit glowed like fire? What taste could match such brilliance? He licked his lips and crouched low, his little hands pressing into the earth as he readied himself. In one powerful leap, the boy launched into the air, soaring higher and higher, the earth falling away beneath him. The winds rushed past his ears, carrying whispers of astonishment. Higher and higher he climbed, his laughter echoing through the heavens. The sun, unbothered by the antics of mortals, seemed to pulse with light, unaware of the tiny figure hurtling toward it. But Hanuman was undeterred. His heart raced with excitement, his tiny arms stretching forward as if he could pluck the sun from the sky. The gods looked on, their celestial realms buzzing with disbelief. Who was this child with such audacity? His strength defied understanding, his determination unmatched. Surya, the sun god, noticed the approaching boy and paused, his fiery gaze softening with a mix of amusement and concern. What does this little one seek? He mused, his voice echoing across the heavens. But Hanuman didn't stop. Closer and closer he flew, the sun's heat brushing against his golden fur. His eyes watered from the brightness, yet he pressed on, driven by an innocent hunger and an unshakable will. I will taste this fruit, he thought, his small heart swelling with pride at the feat he was about to accomplish. Indra, the king of the gods, watched from his heavenly throne, his brows furrowing in alarm. This wasn't just a game. The balance of the cosmos could be disturbed by such boldness. Indra rose, his presence commanding, and summoned his mighty thunderbolt. With a single gesture, he sent the weapon hurtling toward the boy. Hanuman, oblivious to the danger, was only a breath away from reaching his goal when the thunderbolt struck. A blinding flash of light, a deafening roar, it was as if the heavens themselves had shattered. The force of the blow struck Hanuman on his jaw, sending him tumbling through the sky. His small body hurtled toward the earth, crashing through clouds, the wind screaming in protest. The impact was devastating. Hanuman lay motionless, his golden fur dimmed, his tiny chest rising and falling with labored breaths. The world seemed to hold its breath. The wind stilled, the trees stood silent, and even the sun dimmed its brilliance, as if mourning the fall of this extraordinary child. Vayu, the wind god, and Hanuman's divine father, felt the pain ripple through his being. Fury unlike any other gripped him. How dare the heavens harm his son? In his grief and rage, Vayu withdrew from the world, plunging it into a suffocating stillness. The air grew heavy, life struggling to breathe without the wind's gentle touch. The gods, realizing the magnitude of their actions, descended in haste to make amends. They gathered around the boy's fragile form, their faces etched with guilt and concern. One by one, they bestowed their blessings, hoping to right the wrong they had done. Indra knelt, placing a hand on Hanuman's tiny chest, his voice heavy with regret. From this day forward, no weapon of mine shall harm you, he vowed. Surya, his light subdued, whispered words of wisdom, promising to guide the boy when the time came. Brahma, the creator, spoke softly, his voice carrying the weight of eternity. You will live without fear, untouched by age or death. As the blessings poured in, Hanuman stirred, his eyes fluttering open. The gods watched in awe as he sat up, his spirit unbroken, his face alight with curiosity. What happened? He asked, his voice tinged with the innocence of childhood. The gods exchanged glances, their hearts both heavy and light. They had witnessed something rare, strength beyond measure housed within a child's pure heart. The world breathed again as Vayu, appeased by the gods' gestures, returned to his domain. The winds whispered through the trees, carrying with them the story of a boy who had reached for the sun. Yet Hanuman, unaware of the magnitude of his actions, simply smiled, his jaw bearing a slight dent, a mark of the thunderbolt's strike, a reminder of the day he had shaken the heavens. But the boy wasn't one to dwell on the past. His heart, as vast as the sky he had soared through, pulsed with an unending zest for life. The sun, now a distant flame in the sky, seemed to wink at him, as if sharing a secret only they knew. Hanuman laughed, a sound so joyous it filled the heavens, his spirit undiminished. And somewhere in that laughter was the promise of more, a spark that hinted at the greatness yet to come. The air was thick with tension, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Hanuman, the child of immeasurable courage and innocence, sat quietly, his golden fur illuminated by the faint glow of the gods surrounding him. His tiny frame bore the mark of punishment, the faint dent on his jaw a testament to the thunderbolt that had struck him. But his spirit, his untamed, fearless spirit, remained unbroken. It was a moment that demanded reparation, a moment the gods could not ignore. Vayu, the wind god, stood nearby, his eyes aflame with protective anger and love. The stillness he had cast upon the world had shaken the very foundation of existence. Trees stood motionless, rivers refused to flow, and even the celestial beings felt the weight of breathless air. Vayu's grief and fury demanded justice, not vengeance, but recognition of his son's extraordinary essence. The gods, humbled and remorseful, approached with measured steps. Each carried not only regret but also an offering, a promise to honor the child who had touched the sun and survived. Indra, whose thunderbolt had struck Hanuman, was the first to kneel. His pride as the king of the gods had melted away, replaced by a deep respect for the boy who had defied the heavens. "Little one," Indra began, his voice steady but tinged with sorrow, "you have shown courage beyond imagination. I grant you a boon: no weapon of mine, or any other, shall ever harm you. You are invincible." Hanuman blinked, his large, curious eyes meeting Indra's. He did not fully grasp the magnitude of those words, but the sincerity in Indra's tone warmed his heart. The dent in his jaw, which might have been a mark of shame for another, now stood as a badge of honor, a testament to his strength and resilience. Brahma, the creator of the universe, stepped forward next, his presence radiant and comforting. He gazed at Hanuman with a blend of admiration and affection. "Child, you are no ordinary being," Brahma said softly. "You carry within you the fire of divinity and the innocence of purity. From this day forth, you shall be immune to death. Time itself will bow before you, for your purpose transcends the boundaries of mortal existence." The words hung in the air, their weight palpable. The promise of immortality was not a simple gift, it was a responsibility, a destiny etched into the very fabric of Hanuman's being. Yet, the boy's heart remained light, untouched by arrogance or fear. He tilted his head, as if pondering the meaning of such a grand blessing, but his playful nature refused to let the gravity of the moment overwhelm him. Surya, the sun god, whose brilliance Hanuman had so innocently chased, approached with a gentle smile. "You sought me with the hunger of curiosity and the boldness of youth," Surya said. "For that, I shall guide you. When the time comes, I will teach you the wisdom of the cosmos, the knowledge of all things. You will carry my light within you, a beacon of hope in the darkest times." Hanuman's face lit up, his youthful excitement shining through. The idea of learning from the sun itself filled him with wonder, though he had no idea what that knowledge might entail. To him, the sun was no longer just a glowing fruit, it was a friend, a mentor waiting to share its secrets. One by one, the gods came forward, each leaving a piece of their power and grace with the boy. Agni, the god of fire, granted him immunity to flames, his fiery touch no longer a threat but a source of warmth and protection. Varuna, the god of water, ensured that no ocean could drown him, no wave could overpower him. The goddesses, too, blessed him with gifts of wit, charm, and strength, each weaving their divine energy into the fabric of his soul. Vayu, watching from a distance, felt his heart swell with pride and relief. His son, his precious child, was being recognized not for the trouble he had caused, but for the light he carried within. The air stirred once more, a soft breeze kissing Hanuman's cheek as if whispering words of encouragement. And yet, amid all the blessings and the grandeur of the moment, Hanuman remained a child. He glanced at the gods with wide-eyed innocence, his thoughts wandering to simpler things, what games he might play next, how high he could leap if he tried, and whether the sun still looked as delicious as it had that morning. His heart, untainted by greed or ambition, absorbed the divine gifts without losing its purity. The gods, in turn, marveled at this boy who had united them in awe and repentance. He was a paradox, a being of immense power wrapped in the simplicity of childhood, a soul destined for greatness yet blissfully unaware of it. They knew he was no ordinary child. He was the bridge between divinity and humanity, a force of nature who would one day change the course of history. The heavens seemed to exhale as Vayu released his hold on the winds. The earth stirred back to life, rivers resumed their flow, and the world felt lighter, as if it, too, had received a blessing. Hanuman stood in the center of it all, his golden fur shimmering in the sunlight, his eyes sparkling with mischief and wonder. He stretched his arms as if testing the strength he now possessed, a playful grin spreading across his face. But the gods were not finished. They knew this child's journey was only beginning. Each blessing they bestowed was not just a gift, it was a preparation for the challenges ahead. Hanuman's immortality, his invincibility, his immunity to fire and water, they were threads in a tapestry that was still being woven. And though Hanuman didn't yet understand the full weight of what had transpired, his spirit carried a quiet resolve, a spark that hinted at the incredible feats to come. The winds whispered through the trees, carrying with them the promise of more, a promise that the boy with the golden fur and the playful heart would one day rise to heights even the gods could not imagine. The sun blazed high in the sky, its golden rays spilling over the earth with a commanding brilliance. But for young Hanuman, it wasn't just the giver of light or the keeper of time, it was his teacher. Perched on the horizon, the sun seemed to pause, as if waiting for its student to arrive. Hanuman, fearless as ever, took a mighty leap into the heavens, his golden fur glinting like a streak of fire against the vast blue. His heart was steady, his mind eager. He was not simply leaping into the sky, he was leaping toward knowledge, toward purpose. Surya, the sun god, looked upon the child with a fond yet curious gaze. How does one teach the unteachable? How does one instruct a spirit so boundless that it had once mistaken the sun itself for a fruit? But Hanuman wasn't ordinary, and Surya knew that this moment was as sacred as any ritual. The sun, unyielding in its duties, made a silent promise to itself: it would nurture the brilliance within this extraordinary child. And so it began. Day after day, Hanuman stood before the radiant Surya, his eyes unwavering despite the searing light. "Teach me everything," he said, his voice ringing with an innocence that carried the weight of destiny. Surya smiled, a rare, almost tender gesture from the unrelenting sun, and began to speak. The lessons unfolded like petals of a divine flower, each revealing layers of wisdom and wonder. Scriptures, the ancient hymns of the Vedas, and the sacred chants flowed from Surya's lips like a celestial river. Hanuman absorbed them all with a hunger that was insatiable yet humble. His memory, sharp as a blade, retained every word, every nuance. He could recite verses that spoke of the creation of the cosmos, the cycle of life, and the essence of Dharma. But he didn't just memorize, he understood. The words took root in his soul, blossoming into a profound wisdom that would one day guide him through the trials of the world. Surya was a demanding teacher. There were no pauses, no breaks, no indulgences. The sun moved relentlessly across the sky, teaching as it traveled. Hanuman, undeterred, followed. He leaped alongside the chariot of Surya, his movements as fluid and graceful as the wind. Even as the fiery heat scorched the heavens, Hanuman's resolve remained unshaken. His devotion to learning was a force as relentless as the sun itself. But Surya wasn't just teaching scriptures. He was shaping a warrior. The art of warfare was as much a part of Hanuman's education as the sacred texts. Surya's lessons in combat were precise and fierce, designed to hone not just strength but strategy, not just skill but instinct. Hanuman learned to wield his strength with precision, to channel his power in ways that defied imagination. With every leap and strike, he became a force of nature, a storm contained within a single being. There were moments of frustration, of course. Hanuman's childlike exuberance sometimes clashed with the discipline required of a student. He would somersault through the air when he was supposed to be meditating or test his strength by uprooting trees when he was meant to be reciting verses. But Surya, with the patience of eternity, guided him back. "Your strength is not your greatest gift," he said one day, his voice firm but kind. "It is your heart. Learn to wield that, and you will be unstoppable." Hanuman took those words to heart. His mischief didn't vanish, it was too much a part of who he was, but it transformed. His playful energy became a tool for learning, his curiosity a path to wisdom. He began to see the world through the lens of the teachings he absorbed. The Vedic hymns became not just words, but truths he could feel in the rhythm of the wind, and the rustle of leaves, and the beating of his own heart. One day, Surya decided it was time to test his student. "Recite the Vedas," he commanded, his voice echoing across the heavens. Hanuman closed his eyes, and the words flowed from him like a song sung by the cosmos itself. The sun god listened, his heart swelling with pride. Hanuman's voice carried not just the wisdom of the scriptures, but a purity that was uniquely his own. It was as if the universe itself had chosen him as its vessel. But Surya's greatest lesson was not about scriptures or warfare. It was about balance. "Power without wisdom is chaos," he told Hanuman. "Wisdom without action is stagnation. You must learn to be both the calm and the storm." Hanuman listened intently, his young mind grasping the depth of those words. He began to understand that his strength was not a tool for domination but for protection, not for destruction but for creation. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Hanuman's transformation was evident. He was no longer just a mischievous boy with boundless energy. He was a seeker, a protector, a being whose essence was a blend of strength and wisdom, of playfulness and purpose. The sun, unyielding and eternal, had shaped him into a reflection of its own nature, a source of light and life. Surya, watching his student with a mix of pride and affection, spoke one final lesson. "Your journey doesn't end here," he said. "The knowledge you carry is not for yourself. It is for the world. Go forth, Hanuman. Be the beacon you are meant to be." Hanuman bowed deeply, his heart filled with gratitude. The sun's light seemed to shine a little brighter as he leaped back toward the earth, his spirit alight with the teachings he had received. But even as he descended, his mind buzzed with questions. What lay ahead? What challenges would test the strength and wisdom he had gained? The horizon stretched out before him, vast and full of promise. And though the path was uncertain, one thing was clear: Hanuman was ready. The blessings of the gods and the teachings of the sun had prepared him for a destiny that was still unfolding, a destiny that would call upon every ounce of his courage, his strength, and his unshakable faith. The day began with the soft murmur of winds brushing through the forest, carrying whispers of nature's calm. But within that peace, a young Hanuman roamed with his boundless energy, unaware of the moment about to change his life forever. His playful spirit, so often celebrated, had become an unpredictable force, a power so immense it could move mountains, shift tides, and challenge the skies themselves. It was during one such day, his laughter echoing like a song of innocence, that Hanuman's mischief took a turn. A revered sage sat deep in meditation beneath an ancient tree, his presence commanding respect even from the wind that dared not disturb him. But Hanuman, in his childlike exuberance, didn't see the sanctity of the moment. Drawn by the sight of the sage's serene figure, Hanuman leaped forward, his heart filled with curiosity and playfulness. He danced around the sage, his tail flicking, his voice playful as he mimicked the chants that flowed from the sage's lips. At first, the sage ignored him, his focus unbroken. But Hanuman, persistent and eager to amuse, took things further, tugging at the sage's beard, playfully poking at his robes, and even attempting to balance on one foot atop the sage's sacred altar. The sage's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and filled with an anger that made the air tremble. "Enough," he thundered, his voice carrying the weight of a storm. Hanuman froze, his playful grin fading as he realized the gravity of his actions. The forest seemed to hold its breath as the sage rose, his form radiating an aura of power that even Hanuman, in all his might, could feel pressing against his chest. "You, child of the wind," the sage said, his voice steady but heavy with disappointment. "You possess a strength unmatched, a spirit unyielding. Yet, you lack restraint. Do you not understand the destruction that such power can bring without wisdom to guide it?" Hanuman's head bowed low, his golden fur dimming as guilt weighed on him. He didn't mean harm. It was never his intention to upset the sage or disrupt the sacred moment. But how could he explain this? His heart, so full of life, had always sought joy, mischief, and wonder. The sage, however, wasn't seeking explanations. His voice rang out again, this time with the force of a decree. "For your lack of control, for your inability to recognize when to hold back, I place upon you a curse," he declared, his words echoing through the trees. "Your powers, extraordinary as they are, will remain hidden. You will forget the depths of your strength, the vastness of your gifts, until a moment arises when they are truly needed, when the universe itself demands their awakening." The forest wept with the rustle of leaves as the curse took hold. Hanuman's body trembled. It wasn't pain but something deeper, an emptiness, a sudden quiet in the part of him that had always known his boundless potential. It was as if a veil had been drawn over his mind, hiding pieces of himself he once took for granted. Tears welled in his eyes, not from sorrow but from a longing he couldn't quite name. "Forgive me, revered one," Hanuman whispered, his voice trembling. "I did not mean to offend. I only wished to." He stopped, the words slipping away like water through his fingers. The sage's expression softened, just enough to reveal the wisdom behind his anger. "You are not cursed to punish you, child," he said, his tone quieter now. "You are cursed to protect you, and the world. Power without purpose is chaos, and chaos destroys even the purest of hearts. When the time comes, your strength will return, and it will be guided by necessity, not impulse." Hanuman fell to his knees, his small frame trembling under the weight of emotions he couldn't fully understand. He felt the curse settle within him like a shadow, not heavy but ever-present, a reminder of a lesson he hadn't meant to learn so soon. As the sage turned and disappeared into the forest, Hanuman sat there for a long time, the forest slowly returning to life around him. Birds chirped, leaves danced in the wind, and yet, something had shifted. The mischievous spark in Hanuman's eyes was still there, but now it was tempered by a quiet understanding, a sense that his path, though still his own, was tied to something far greater. In the days that followed, Hanuman found himself forgetting the extraordinary things he had once done without effort. The leaps that had defied gravity, the strength that had moved boulders as if they were feathers, they felt distant, like dreams slipping away with the dawn. But he didn't despair. Instead, he focused on the things that remained, his heart, his spirit, and his unwavering love for the world around him. The curse didn't diminish Hanuman, it shaped him. It gave him the gift of humility, the patience to wait for the right moment, and the wisdom to understand that power is not what defines a being, it is how that power is used. And so, Hanuman continued, unaware that within him lay a force so great it could shake the heavens. The curse was not an end, but a beginning, a quiet reminder that his story was far from over. The sun blazed high above the dense forests of Kishkinda, its golden rays slicing through the canopy, painting the ground in patches of light and shadow. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of earth and distant rain. Amidst this stillness, a figure moved with a quiet strength, a being of unparalleled might and unmatched loyalty. Hanuman, ever watchful, ever faithful, wandered through the jungle, carrying the weight of a promise he hadn't yet made but felt bound to fulfill. In a corner of that sprawling wilderness, another soul wrestled with despair. Sugriva, the exiled king of the Vanaras, sat atop a rugged hill, his eyes fixed on the horizon as though searching for a glimmer of hope in an endless void. His heart bore the scars of betrayal, his mind replaying the moments when his own brother, Vali, turned against him. Banished from his home, stripped of his kingdom, Sugriva found refuge in the caves and hills of Kishkinda, but no solace. Hanuman had watched Sugriva from a distance, his sharp eyes taking in the anguish that clung to the once proud king. There was something about Sugriva's pain that stirred something deep within Hanuman, a quiet echo of purpose, a pull he couldn't ignore. He had seen many in despair before, but this was different. This wasn't just about a lost kingdom, it was about a bond shattered by greed and mistrust. Hanuman approached cautiously, his presence commanding yet calm. "Why do you sit here, brother, as though the weight of the world has crushed your spirit?" His voice was soft, but carried an authority that made Sugriva turn. Sugriva's eyes, weary and red, met Hanuman's. For a moment, the exiled king said nothing, his silence heavy with untold stories. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and trembling. "What does it matter? My kingdom is lost, my brother has forsaken me, and I am nothing but a shadow of what I once was." Hanuman sat beside him, his golden form radiant against the dullness of the stone. "A shadow may be cast by darkness," he said, his tone steady, "but it is proof that the light still exists." Sugriva's gaze flickered with something that might have been hope, but it was fleeting. He recounted his tale, each word dripping with sorrow. Vali, his elder brother, once a protector and ally, had turned against him in a moment of suspicion and greed. Sugriva had fled to save his life, leaving behind a kingdom, a home, and the trust he had once placed in his brother. Hanuman listened intently, his heart aching with each word. He understood betrayal, even if he had never experienced it. He understood the pain of being torn away from one's destiny, even if his own path had always felt guided by something greater. "I will not let your story end here," Hanuman said finally, his voice firm. "You are not just a king in exile. You are a king waiting to reclaim what is rightfully his." Sugriva's lips parted to protest, but Hanuman's presence, his unwavering conviction, silenced him. Hanuman wasn't just speaking to him, it felt as though he was speaking to the very soul of Kishkinda, to the land itself, urging it to remember its true ruler. Their bond grew in the days that followed. Hanuman became Sugriva's confidant, his advisor, and, above all, his friend. Together, they navigated the challenges of exile, finding strength in each other's company. Hanuman's wisdom and unwavering loyalty became a beacon for Sugriva, pulling him out of his despair. But the shadows of Kishkinda were long, and Vala's name hung over them like a specter. Hanuman knew that this was not just a battle for a kingdom, it was a battle for justice, for truth, for the restoration of a bond that had been broken by misunderstanding and greed. The forest seemed to pulse with anticipation as Hanuman began to strategize. His mind, as sharp as his strength was immense, crafted plans that would not only challenge Vala's dominance but also protect Sugriva's fragile spirit. He taught Sugriva the art of patience, the value of waiting for the right moment, and the power of believing in oneself. And yet, even as they prepared, Hanuman felt the weight of the task ahead. He knew that the road would be long and fraught with challenges. He knew that their alliance, as strong as it was, would be tested in ways they couldn't yet imagine. But he also knew that this was where he was meant to be, in the heart of Kishkinda, standing beside a friend who had become a brother. The winds carried whispers of change, and Hanuman felt it in his very being. The forest, the hills, the very air seemed to wait with bated breath, as though the land itself knew that something monumental was about to unfold. And in that moment, as Hanuman stood beside Sugriva, he realized that this was not just about a kingdom or a throne. This was about faith, loyalty, and the unbreakable bond between those who refused to let despair define their destiny. The forest was alive with whispers carried by the wind, the rustling leaves telling stories that only the trees could understand. Somewhere in the distance, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the earth. Hanuman stood still, his senses sharp. There was a shift in the air, a subtle but undeniable energy. It wasn't danger. It wasn't fear. It was something deeper, something that pulled at his very core. He had been sent by Sugriva, his friend and exiled king, to investigate. Two strangers had entered the dense woods of Kishkinda. The Vanara spoke in hushed tones about their towering presence, their eyes filled with both strength and sorrow. Who were they, and why had they come? Hanuman moved with a quiet grace, his golden form blending into the greens and browns of the forest. As he approached, he caught sight of them. Two figures, radiant despite their simple attire. One stood tall, his every movement imbued with purpose and calm, his eyes scanning the horizon as though searching for something he had lost but could never forget. The other, younger but no less fierce, stood protectively beside him, his bow at the ready. For a moment, Hanuman hesitated. There was something about them that stirred his soul. It wasn't their physical strength, though that was evident. It was something else, something that shone through their very being. He felt a strange pull toward the elder of the two, a connection he couldn't explain but couldn't deny. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, his voice steady but respectful. "Who are you, noble ones, who wander through this forest with such purpose?" The elder turned, and when his gaze met Hanuman's, time seemed to still. His eyes, dark, profound, and filled with an ocean of emotions, held a weight that Hanuman felt in his chest. There was pain there, yes, but also love, strength, and an unwavering resolve. "I am Rama," he said simply, his voice calm but commanding. "This is my brother, Lakshmana. We seek an ally, a friend of the forest, who might help us in our quest." Hanuman's heart raced, though he kept his composure. Rama. The name carried a resonance, as though it had been etched into his very being long before this moment. "What is it that you seek, my lord?" he asked, bowing slightly, his instinct to serve already awakening. Rama's gaze didn't waver. "I seek my wife, Sita, who has been taken from me. She is held far away, and I must find her. But I cannot do it alone." The words were simple, yet they carried a weight that pressed against Hanuman's chest. He could see the anguish behind Rama's calm exterior, the quiet agony of a heart torn apart. It wasn't just a quest, it was a call for justice, for love, for the restoration of something sacred. Hanuman's voice softened, a rare vulnerability creeping into his tone. You speak of pain, my lord, but you carry it with such strength. Your resolve moves me. If there is any way I can serve you, know that I will. Lakshmana, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. His eyes were fierce, but they softened as he looked at Hanuman. Who are you, noble Vanera, who speaks with such wisdom and kindness? Hanuman smiled faintly, his humility shining through. I am but a servant of Sugriva, the exiled king of Kishkinda. He, too, seeks justice and the restoration of his honor. Perhaps your paths are meant to cross. Rama's expression shifted, a glimmer of hope breaking through the sorrow. Then take us to him, he said. If fate wills it, we may find strength in each other. Hanuman nodded, but as he turned to lead them, he paused. There was an ache in his chest, an unspoken connection that begged to be acknowledged. He turned back to Rama, his voice quiet but firm. My lord, I do not know why, but I feel as though I was meant to meet you. My heart tells me that my purpose lies in serving you. If you will have me, I am yours to command. For the first time, Rama's somber face softened into a small smile, one that carried the weight of gratitude and understanding. Your words honor me, he said. But it is not command I seek, it is friendship, loyalty, and trust. If you offer those, then I am already in your debt. Hanuman felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging he hadn't realized he craved. As he led Rama and Lakshmana toward Sugriva's refuge, he felt the weight of the moment. This wasn't just an introduction. It was the beginning of something far greater than himself, a bond that would shape not just their lives, but the very fabric of destiny. The forest seemed to hum with anticipation, its every leaf and branch bearing witness to the meeting of souls bound by something far beyond their understanding. And as the shadows lengthened, Hanuman felt a quiet certainty settle in his heart. This was no ordinary encounter. It was the first step in a story that would echo through eternity. The fire crackled softly, its orange glow casting flickering shadows on the rocky walls of the mountain cave. In that quiet sanctuary, two figures stood, their eyes meeting in a rare moment of understanding. There was no need for words yet, the weight of their shared pain filled the space between them. Rama, the noble prince, carried the burden of loss with a dignity that was as humbling as it was heartbreaking. Across from him stood Sugriva, the exiled Vanera king, his face marked by sorrow and desperation, haunted by his own betrayals and defeats. It was Hanuman who brought them together, his unwavering faith acting as a bridge between two hearts that had suffered in silence for too long. He had seen the possibility, the hope, in their alliance before either of them could voice it. Now, as he watched them, he felt his heart swell with the certainty that this moment was the beginning of something extraordinary. Sugriva spoke first, his voice low and hesitant, as though afraid to hope again. My lord Rama, I have lived in the shadows of fear for too long. My own brother, Vali, cast me out, stole my kingdom, and left me to wander these forests like a ghost of the king I once was. I know the sting of betrayal, the ache of being powerless. But your loss, he paused, his voice breaking. Your loss is a wound I cannot imagine. If there is any way I can help you reclaim what you've lost, I will do it. My life is yours to command. Rama listened, his expression calm but his eyes revealing the storm within. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, but it carried the weight of his pain. Sugriva, your story is not unlike mine. I, too, have been wronged by those I trusted. My wife, Sita, was taken from me, not by an enemy in the open, but by one who hides in shadows, who uses deceit and terror as his weapons. I will not rest until I find her. But I am only one man. I cannot do this alone. The room seemed to hold its breath. Hanuman, standing to the side, felt his chest tighten as he witnessed the quiet strength of these two leaders. Sugriva stepped closer to Rama, his eyes fierce now, the desperation replaced by a glimmer of hope. "Then let us stand together," he said, his voice growing stronger with every word. "You, who have lost your beloved, and I, who have lost my throne. We will fight for each other, for what is rightfully ours. Let this be a pact, not of convenience, but of honor and trust." Rama extended his hand, his gaze unwavering. "Let this be a promise," he said, his voice soft but resolute. "Not just between us, but to those we serve and those we have lost. Together, we will overcome." Sugriva clasped Rama's hand, and in that moment, the air seemed to shift. It was as though the very earth recognized the significance of their bond. The fire burned brighter, its light illuminating their faces as they stood united. They were two men, one human, one Vanera, brought together by fate and bound by their shared determination to reclaim what had been taken from them. The conversation that followed was intense, filled with strategies and promises. Sugriva spoke of the torment he had endured at the hands of his brother, Vali, and the strength Vali possessed, a strength that had driven Sugriva into hiding. "He is not just my brother," Sugriva said, his voice heavy with dread. "He is a warrior without equal. To face him is to face certain death." Rama's expression didn't falter. "No man is invincible," he said simply. "I will face him, not for glory, but because it is right. If he has wronged you, then he must answer for it." Sugriva looked at Rama with a mixture of awe and gratitude. "And in return, I will do everything in my power to help you find Sita. My people will search every forest, every mountain, every hidden corner of this world until she is found." As the night wore on, their pact grew stronger, their plans more defined. But it wasn't just strategy that filled the air, it was a sense of purpose, of shared destiny. Hanuman watched them, his heart swelling with pride. He had always believed in Sugriva, despite his flaws, and now he saw the king he had once served returning to life. And Rama was a force unlike any other. His pain didn't weaken him, it fueled him, giving him a strength that was both awe-inspiring and humbling. At some point, Rama placed a hand on Sugriva's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that spoke volumes. "We will face many challenges," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "But we will face them together. No matter what comes, we will not falter." Sugriva nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "And when we succeed, my lord, it will not just be a victory for us. It will be a victory for all who have suffered, for all who have been wronged." The fire burned low as the night deepened, but the bond between Rama and Sugriva only grew stronger. Their pact wasn't just an agreement, it was a promise, a sacred bond forged in the fires of their shared pain and determination. And as they sat together, their shadows flickering on the walls, it was clear that they were no longer just two men. They were allies, brothers in arms, bound by a purpose that went far beyond themselves. The air was thick with tension as the Vanaras gathered, their faces a mix of hope and uncertainty. Hanuman stood at the forefront, his gaze steady, his heart heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. The responsibility of leading the search for Sita was no ordinary task. It was a mission that demanded not only strength and endurance, but also an unwavering faith that she could be found amidst the vastness of the world. Every second counted, and failure was not an option. Rama's voice still echoed in his mind, steady yet filled with an ache that pierced the soul. "Find her, Hanuman. Bring her back to me." Those words were not just a plea, they were a command that carried the weight of a love so deep, it transcended all barriers. Hanuman had knelt before Rama, bowing his head as he promised, "I will not rest until I have found her, my lord." As the search began, the Vanera party fanned out across forests, rivers, and mountains, each step carrying them farther from comfort and deeper into uncertainty. Days stretched into weeks, and hope often wavered like a flickering flame. The vast landscapes they traversed seemed endless, each shadow and whisper of the wind a cruel reminder of how easily Sita could be hidden. There were moments when doubt crept into the hearts of the Vanaras. Exhaustion would settle in, and despair would rear its ugly head. "What if she is lost forever?" someone whispered one night by the campfire, their voice trembling with fear. The silence that followed was deafening, each Vanera too afraid to voice the same thought that haunted them all. Hanuman never let the weight of their doubts touch him. He stood taller, spoke louder, his presence a beacon of unshakable resolve. "She is out there," he would say, his voice firm, his eyes alight with conviction. "And we will find her. Rest if you must, but do not lose faith." Even as he spoke those words, Hanuman felt the pressure within him grow. He had been chosen for this task not just because of his strength or his intelligence, but because of his heart. Rama had seen something in him, something that set him apart, and Hanuman could not allow himself to falter. Not for a moment. One day, the Vanaras reached a dry riverbed, the land stretching out barren and unforgiving. The sun blazed overhead, and the party slowed, their energy drained by the relentless heat. Hanuman's sharp eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign, any clue that might guide them. His mind raced, questioning and analyzing every possibility. Sita was out there, somewhere, and he knew he had to be the one to find her. It was during one of these quiet, desperate moments that Hanuman thought of Rama again, not as a prince or a leader, but as a man who had lost everything. He remembered the way Rama's voice trembled when he spoke of Sita, the way his eyes seemed to carry an ocean of pain. That memory burned within Hanuman, fueling him with a renewed sense of purpose. The turning point came when they reached the southern edge of their search area, where the land met the ocean. The waves crashed against the shore with a ferocity that mirrored the turmoil in Hanuman's heart. The Vanaras looked out at the endless expanse of water, their spirits sinking. It seemed impossible. How could they search across the sea? How could they even begin? But Hanuman did not hesitate. He stepped forward, his chest rising as he took a deep breath. "If the ocean is what separates us from Sita, then the ocean is what I will cross," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of his determination. The Vanara stared at him in awe, their despair momentarily replaced by hope. If anyone could do the impossible, it was Hanuman. The sun dipped lower in the sky as Hanuman prepared himself. He stood at the edge of the water, his feet sinking into the wet sand. Closing his eyes, he whispered a silent prayer, not for strength, for he already had that, but for clarity and guidance. He thought of Sita, alone and afraid, her heart aching for Rama. He thought of Rama, waiting with a patience that masked his anguish. And he thought of the promise he had made, the vow that bound him to this task. As Hanuman opened his eyes, they burned with an intensity that startled even the bravest of the Vanaras. He took one step forward, then another, and then, with a mighty leap, he launched himself into the air. The wind roared in his ears as he soared above the ocean, the vast blue stretching endlessly below him. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the stakes, each breath a testament to his resolve. The journey across the ocean was not without peril. The waves seemed to rise up like hands, reaching for him, and the sky darkened with storm clouds that threatened to swallow him whole. But Hanuman pressed on, his faith unshaken. He thought of Sita's face, the way Rama had described her, the love in his voice as he spoke her name. That love was his anchor, his guiding light. When Hanuman finally reached the distant shore, his feet touched the ground with a force that sent tremors through the earth. He stood there for a moment, his chest heaving, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar land before him. This was it, the place where Sita might be held, the place where his mission would either succeed or fail. But failure was not an option. Hanuman clenched his fists, his resolve hardening like steel. He thought of the Vanaras who had placed their trust in him, of Rama who had placed his heart in his hands. Most of all, he thought of Sita, waiting somewhere in the shadows, waiting for the light to find her. With a deep breath, Hanuman stepped forward, his every movement purposeful, his every thought focused on the task ahead. He would not rest, he would not falter. The search for Sita was more than a mission, it was a testament to the strength of love, the power of faith, and the unyielding determination of a heart that refused to give up. And as Hanuman moved into the unknown, the wind carried a whisper of hope, soft, fleeting, but undeniable. The ocean stretched endlessly before him, its vastness a daunting challenge. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, roaring like a chorus of defiance, as if mocking the thought of crossing its endless expanse. Hanuman stood at the edge, the salty wind whipping around him, his form unshaken by the immensity of what lay ahead. His eyes, filled with resolve, gazed toward the horizon where Lanka lay hidden, the place where Sita was held captive. Every fiber of his being burned with a singular purpose, to reach her. The Vanaras watched him in silence, their faces etched with a mix of awe and apprehension. No one had ever attempted such a feat. Leaping across the ocean was beyond human or even Vanara capability. But Hanuman was no ordinary being. He was a son of the wind, blessed with divine strength and an unshakable will. The moment demanded a hero, and Hanuman was ready to answer the call. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, grounding himself in the task ahead. In his mind, he saw Sita's face, not as she might look in fear and despair, but as the queen of unwavering grace and strength Rama had described. He thought of Rama, his lord, whose heart was heavy with longing and pain. These images were not a burden, they were his fuel. With a deep breath, Hanuman began to grow. His body expanded, muscles rippling with power, his form towering over the stunned Vanaras. The earth beneath him trembled, unable to bear the force of his divine energy. "Hanuman, you are our hope," someone whispered, their voice barely audible over the roar of the waves. But Hanuman didn't need to hear it, he knew. He always knew. He crouched low, his hands pressing into the ground as he steadied himself. The moment stretched into eternity. Time seemed to hold its breath as Hanuman's focus sharpened. Every sound faded, the crashing waves, the murmurs of the Vanaras, all replaced by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Each beat was a reminder of his mission, a call to rise beyond the limits of mortal thought. And then he leapt. The force of his jump sent shockwaves through the ground, scattering sand and stone like leaves in the wind. The air cracked as he soared upward, his form cutting through the sky like a comet. The Vanaras craned their necks, watching in silent amazement as Hanuman rose higher and higher, his figure a beacon of determination against the endless blue. The ocean below churned, its waves clawing at the sky as if to drag him down. The winds howled around him, testing his strength, but Hanuman remained unshaken. His heart was steady, his mind clear. He was more than just a Vanara in this moment, he was a force of nature, a vessel of divine will. As he soared, challenges arose to meet him. A mighty mountain emerged from the ocean, its peak breaking through the clouds. "Rest here, Hanuman," it rumbled, its voice kind but firm. "You must conserve your strength." But Hanuman's resolve was unyielding. "I cannot stop," he replied, his voice echoing through the heavens. "Each moment I waste is a moment Sita suffers." The mountain bowed in respect, retreating into the ocean as Hanuman pressed on. The sun blazed above, its heat relentless, but Hanuman welcomed its fire. It reminded him of the burning passion within him, the love and devotion that propelled him forward. Every moment of struggle only made his determination stronger. The gods watched from above, their gazes filled with admiration and awe. They whispered among themselves, marveling at the sheer willpower of the one who defied every limit. "This is the strength of bhakti," one said, his voice tinged with reverence. "The strength of a heart that knows no doubt." But not everyone admired his resolve. The forces of darkness stirred, sensing his approach. From the depths of the ocean rose Suresa, a serpent demoness with a mouth wide enough to swallow the sky. "No one crosses this ocean without entering my belly," she hissed, her voice filled with malice. Her massive form loomed before Hanuman, blocking his path. Hanuman did not falter. He stopped mid-air, his gaze meeting hers, calm and unyielding. "You may try," he said simply, his voice carrying the weight of his determination. As Suresa lunged, her mouth stretching impossibly wide, Hanuman shrank his form in an instant, becoming smaller than a grain of rice. He slipped through her jaws and emerged unscathed, returning to his full size as he continued his flight. Suresa could only watch in astonishment, her anger turning to reluctant admiration. "Go, Hanuman," she muttered, retreating into the ocean. "May you succeed in your mission." The ocean grew restless, waves rising higher, trying to reach him. A shadow moved beneath the surface, and suddenly, Samika, a demoness who could capture anything that flew, rose from the depths. Her claws lashed out, gripping his shadow tightly. Hanuman felt the pull, his body momentarily slowing as her dark magic tried to drag him down. But Hanuman's spirit was untamable. He roared with the force of a lion, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. With a single strike, he defeated Samika, her grip shattering as she sank back into the abyss. The ocean seemed to quiver in fear, its waves calming as Hanuman resumed his flight. As the shores of Lanka came into view, a surge of emotion coursed through him. He had done it. Against every obstacle, he had reached the land where Sita was held. But there was no time for relief, no moment to pause. His mission was not yet over. The air around him grew heavy with the scent of unfamiliar flowers, the whispers of Lanka's winds carrying stories of its splendor and its darkness. Hanuman narrowed his eyes, his heart steadying itself for what was to come. This was only the beginning. Ahead lay challenges more cunning and dangerous than the forces he had faced so far. The island loomed closer, its towering cliffs and dense forests a testament to its beauty and treachery. Hanuman clenched his fists, his resolve solid as steel. Somewhere within those shadowed lands, Sita awaited him, her heart tied to Rama's in a bond unbreakable by time or distance. And he would find her. He would not stop until she was safe. The moonlight spilled gently over the lush gardens of Ashok, its silvery glow painting the leaves with an almost ethereal shimmer. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers, their fragrance at odds with the sorrow that lingered like a shadow. Somewhere in the stillness, there was a soft rustle of leaves, almost imperceptible, yet deliberate. Hanuman moved quietly, his heart pounding, his steps light, as though the earth itself conspired to keep him hidden. This was no ordinary garden. It was both a prison and a sanctuary. And in its heart, seated beneath a sprawling Ashoka tree, was Sita. Her figure was frail but unbroken, her gaze distant as if seeking Rama in the stars above. Her once glowing face now bore the weight of grief, but her spirit refused to bow to the darkness that surrounded her. Ravana's threats, the jeering Rakshasas, none of it could extinguish the fire of her faith. Hanuman paused in the shadows, his breath hitching at the sight of her. This was the woman for whom Rama's heart burned. This was the queen whose abduction had shaken the heavens. She was everything he had imagined and more, graceful, dignified, and steadfast even in the depths of despair. For a moment, Hanuman felt unworthy to approach her. But he reminded himself of his mission. He was here for Rama, and every moment was precious. He waited until the guards' attention wavered, their vigilance dulled by the serenity of the night. Then, with a quiet leap, he perched himself on the branch above Sita, hidden among the leaves. He could see her more clearly now, her hands folded in prayer, her lips moving in silent devotion. The sight of her unwavering faith filled Hanuman with both sorrow and admiration. Drawing courage, he plucked a single leaf from the tree and gently let it flutter down to her feet. Sita looked up, startled. Her eyes darted around, searching for the source of this disturbance. "Who is there?" she whispered, her voice trembling yet firm. Hanuman stepped forward from the shadows, lowering himself gracefully to the ground. He folded his hands in respect, his head bowed low. "Mother," he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of reverence and urgency. "Do not be afraid. I am a messenger of Rama." At the mention of Rama's name, Sita's eyes widened, and her hands flew to her mouth as if to stifle a cry. "Rama," she whispered, her voice breaking. Tears filled her eyes, and for a moment, the walls she had built around her pain crumbled. "You speak of my lord. Is he well?" Hanuman knelt before her, his heart heavy yet filled with hope. "He is safe, mother. He thinks of you every moment. His heart is heavy with sorrow, and his soul burns with the desire to bring you back. He has sent me to find you, to tell you that you are not forgotten." From the folds of his waistcloth, Hanuman retrieved a small ring, a token from Rama. Its golden surface gleamed faintly in the moonlight, a beacon of love and promise. Hanuman extended it to Sita, his hand steady despite the emotion surging through him. Sita's trembling fingers reached out, taking the ring as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. She clutched it to her chest, her tears flowing freely now. This "This is Rama's," she whispered. Her voice carried the pain of separation and the joy of reassurance, mingling into something almost sacred. "Tell me," she said, her voice stronger now, "how is my lord? Does he suffer because of me?" Hanuman's chest tightened at her words. "Rama suffers, but not because of you. He suffers because he is apart from you. You are his strength, his heart, his everything. He has not rested, not for a moment, since you were taken. He is gathering an army to bring you back, and I swear to you, mother, nothing in the three worlds can stop him." Sita's tears fell faster, but there was something new in her expression now, a spark of hope, a rekindling of faith. She looked at Hanuman, truly seeing him for the first time. "You are brave to come here," she said softly. "Ravana's forces are everywhere. This place is not safe for you." Hanuman smiled faintly, his tail curling behind him in quiet defiance. "I fear no Rakshasa, mother. My strength is given to me by Rama, and my purpose is to serve him and you. No force in this world can harm me as long as I carry out his will." Sita's gaze softened, and she reached out, her hand hovering just above Hanuman's head as if to bless him. "You have brought me hope when I had none left," she said, her voice heavy with gratitude. "But tell Rama, tell him to hurry. My strength wanes, and Ravana grows more impatient with each passing day." Hanuman's eyes burned with a fierce resolve. "I will tell him, mother. But before I leave, I must do something to show Ravana and his demons that Rama's might is not to be underestimated." Sita looked at him with a mixture of worry and admiration. "Be careful, Hanuman. Ravana's wrath is not to be taken lightly." Hanuman nodded, his resolve unshaken. "For you and for Rama, I will face anything. Mother, hold on to your faith. The day of your reunion is closer than you think." With those words, he folded his hands once more, bowing deeply before leaping back into the shadows. The rustle of leaves was the only sound as he disappeared into the night, his mind already turning to what lay ahead. In the silence of Ashokvathika, Sita held the ring tightly, her heart a little lighter, her spirit a little stronger. The night seemed less dark now, the air filled with a faint hum of something unspoken yet powerful. As Hanuman moved through the shadows, his thoughts were already racing toward the battle that awaited him. The message had been delivered, but his task was far from over. The fiery glow of dusk clung to Lanka's golden walls, casting long, jagged shadows across the city. Hanuman stood tall, his fiery gaze locked on Ravana's sprawling kingdom. Every ounce of his being burned with righteous fury, yet beneath it was an unshakable sense of purpose. He had seen Sita, heard her anguished pleas, and felt the weight of her suffering. Now, it was time to send a message that even the mightiest of kings could not ignore. Captured by Ravana's guards, Hanuman allowed himself to be bound, his divine strength hidden beneath the guise of humility. The Rakshasas jeered and prodded, their mockery loud and cutting. But Hanuman did not flinch. He stood unyielding, his heart as steady as a mountain, his mind already planning his next move. His silence unnerved them more than they cared to admit. Dragged to Ravana's court, Hanuman finally raised his eyes to meet the demon kings. Ravana sat on his golden throne, his presence dominating the vast chamber. His crown glimmered under the torchlight, his 10 heads displaying arrogance and unchallenged power. But Hanuman saw through it all, the pride, the cruelty, the delusion. He saw a man who thought himself invincible. Ravana's voice boomed, filling the hall with venom. "Who dares enter my kingdom without my permission? Speak, monkey. What gives you such audacity?" Hanuman met Ravana's gaze without a flicker of fear. "I come as a messenger of Rama," he said, his voice calm but unyielding. "Release Sita and save your kingdom from destruction. You do not yet understand the power of the one who loves her." Ravana laughed, a harsh, grating sound that echoed through the chamber. "You speak of power while you stand here, bound and helpless. Your Rama is nothing but a man. I am the ruler of the 3 worlds. What can he do against me?" Hanuman's eyes narrowed, his voice steady but filled with warning. "Your arrogance blinds you, Ravana. You see only chains, but these cannot hold me. My strength comes from righteousness, and my faith in Rama is unshakable. You will regret underestimating it." Ravana's amusement turned to fury, and he barked orders to his guards. "Set his tail aflame. Let him burn as a lesson to those who dare defy me." The Rakshasas cheered, their laughter cruel and echoing through the streets as they wrapped Hanuman's tail in oil-soaked cloth. Flames roared to life, licking at the night sky as they set it ablaze. Yet even as the fire grew, Hanuman stood unmoved, his eyes shimmering with defiance. And then, in a single, breathtaking moment, Hanuman grew. His form expanded, his divine strength breaking free of all constraints. The guards stumbled back, their jeers replaced by gasps of terror. The flames that had been meant to harm him now danced harmlessly along his tail, a blazing torch of justice. With a mighty leap, Hanuman ascended into the air, his tail trailing fire like a comet streaking across the night. The city of Lanka sprawled below him, its grandeur now a canvas for his fury. He moved swiftly, his burning tail brushing against rooftops, walls, and towers. The fire spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. The night was alive with chaos. Flames roared and crackled, their heat scorching the heavens. Smoke billowed into the air, thick and black, obscuring the moon. The cries of panic rose as the Rakshasas ran, their once proud city now engulfed in flames. But Hanuman was not reckless. His destruction was precise, sparing temples and innocent lives. His fire was not born of mindless rage, but of a purpose, to show Ravana that his kingdom, no matter how grand, was not immune to justice. As the city burned, Hanuman soared above it, his heart both heavy and triumphant. He thought of Sita, her unwavering courage despite her suffering. He thought of Rama, waiting with bated breath for news of his beloved. And he thought of the lesson Ravana would now carry in the ashes of his arrogance. The Rakshasas fired arrows and hurled weapons, desperate to bring him down. But Hanuman swatted them away like flies, his divine strength unmatched. He let out a mighty roar, a sound that shook the very foundations of Lanka. It was not just a cry of victory, it was a warning, a promise of what was to come if Ravana did not heed Rama's call. When the flames had done their work, Hanuman leaped to the ocean, dipping his blazing tail into its cool embrace. The water hissed and steamed, the fire extinguished, but its memory seared into the hearts of Ravana and his people. Hanuman turned back for one last glance at Lanka. The city still stood, but its pride had been humbled, its invincibility shattered. With a mighty leap, Hanuman launched himself across the ocean once more, his heart racing as he thought of Rama. The message had been delivered, not just in words, but in flames. Now, the world would know the lengths to which love and righteousness could go. And Hanuman, the devoted servant, would forever be remembered as the spark that lit the fire of justice. The battlefield stretched before him, an endless sea of chaos and fury. The cries of warriors, the clang of weapons, and the roars of demons filled the air, each sound a testament to the relentless battle raging for Sita's freedom. Amid this storm of violence stood Hanuman, his towering frame glistening with the sweat and grime of war, his eyes burning with a purpose that no force on earth or in the heavens could diminish. As the sun blazed down on the blood-soaked ground, Hanuman's heart pounded, not with fear, but with the weight of what was at stake. Every step he took seemed to shake the earth beneath him. The Vanera army surged around him, their war cries echoing, their trust in him unwavering. He was their strength, their unyielding beacon in this storm. Yet, his mind was not on glory, it was on Sita, her sorrowful face etched into his soul, and Rama, the embodiment of love and honor, whose faith gave him his own. The Rakshasas came in waves, a monstrous tide determined to drown the hopes of Rama's forces. Each demon seemed more grotesque, more bloodthirsty than the last, their jagged weapons gleaming under the harsh sun. But Hanuman met them without hesitation. His enormous mace swung with devastating precision, crushing armor, splintering bones, and scattering the enemy like leaves in a storm. He moved with a ferocity that was almost otherworldly, his every strike a reminder of the divine power coursing through him. But war is not without its horrors. Hanuman's sharp gaze caught sight of fallen comrades, Vanaras who had given everything for a cause greater than themselves. Grief tightened his chest, but he pushed it aside, channeling that pain into fury. He roared, a thunderous sound that sent shivers through the bravest of demons. They faltered, if only for a moment, but it was enough. The Vanaras surged forward, their spirits rekindled by their leader's unwavering resolve. Amid the chaos, Hanuman's sharp eyes spotted Indrajit, Ravana's cunning and powerful son. Indrajit stood atop his chariot, his movements swift, his arrows deadly. Each shot seemed to pierce the heart of Rama's forces, sowing panic and despair. Hanuman's jaw tightened. This was not just another battle, it was a pivotal moment, one that could tip the scales. With a mighty leap, Hanuman launched himself toward Indrajit. The wind screamed in his ears as he hurtled through the air, his massive form a blur of power and determination. Indrajit's eyes widened in surprise, but he recovered quickly, loosing a volley of arrows at the Vanara. Hanuman twisted mid-air, evading some and batting others away with his bare hands. He landed on the chariot with a force that splintered its wheels, sending the Rakshasa prince tumbling to the ground. Their battle was fierce, a clash of wills and strength that seemed to pause the chaos around them. Indrajit fought with the cunning of a serpent, his movements swift and unpredictable. But Hanuman was a force of nature, his blows thunderous, his defense impenetrable. Finally, with a deafening roar, he struck Indrajit down, sending the prince fleeing into the shadows. The Rakshasas, seeing their strongest warrior falter, wavered, their confidence cracking. But Ravana's army was vast, and their resolve, though shaken, was not yet broken. Wave after wave of demons poured onto the battlefield, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm the Vanaras. Hanuman realized that brute strength alone would not be enough. He needed to inspire, to remind his comrades of the righteousness of their cause. He climbed a crumbling watchtower, its stones slick with blood, and roared to the heavens. "Fight, my brothers! Fight for Sita, for Rama, for justice. Let no demon's shadow darken your hearts, for we are the light that will banish this darkness." His voice carried across the battlefield, a rallying cry that ignited the Vanara spirits. They fought with renewed vigor, their courage unshakable, their unity unbreakable. Even the land seemed to respond, the very earth trembling as if in support of their cause. Hanuman did not rest. He tore through the enemy ranks, his body a blur of movement, his mace a whirlwind of destruction. When weapons failed him, he used his own strength, uprooting trees and hurling boulders. The Rakshasas, who once laughed at the idea of monkeys challenging them, now cowered, their fear evident in their faltering attacks. As the battle raged, Hanuman's eyes caught a sight that froze his heart, the wounded figure of Lakshmana, Rama's beloved brother, lying still on the battlefield. Hanuman's breath caught in his throat. The thought of Rama's despair, should Lakshmana fall, was unbearable. Without hesitation, he raced to Lakshmana's side, brushing away foes as if they were nothing. He knelt beside him, his massive hands trembling as he checked for signs of life. Lakshmana was alive, but barely. Hanuman's mind raced, remembering the healing herbs of the Sanjeevani mountain. Time was against him. He stood, his resolve hardening. With a roar that split the heavens, Hanuman launched himself into the sky, soaring toward the distant mountain. The wind screamed around him, the stars seeming to blur as he pushed himself to his limits. When he reached the mountain, he faced a dilemma. The herbs were hidden among countless others, and there was no time to search. Hanuman did what only he could. He grasped the entire mountain, his divine strength making the impossible seem effortless, and carried it back to the battlefield. The sight of him returning, the mountain in his hands, filled the Vanaras with awe and the Rakshasas with dread. The healing herbs worked their magic, and Lakshmana stirred, his life no longer hanging by a thread. The battlefield erupted into chaos once more, but the tide had turned. Hanuman's actions had not only saved Lakshmana but also reignited the hope of Rama's forces. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, Hanuman stood amidst the carnage, his chest heaving, his heart resolute. The war was far from over, but the resolve of the Vanaras had become unshakable. The battlefield had fallen into an uneasy silence, broken only by the muffled groans of the wounded and the whispers of despair among the warriors. The air was heavy with the metallic tang of blood and the weight of unspoken fears. At the heart of the chaos lay Lakshmana, his body motionless, his breath shallow, his life slipping away like grains of sand through trembling fingers. Rama knelt beside his beloved brother, his eyes, usually filled with unshakable resolve, now clouded with anguish. The Vanara stood frozen, their weapons hanging limply at their sides. The sight of Lakshmana, their pillar of strength, reduced to such a fragile state had pierced through their morale like a dagger. The weight of defeat loomed, its shadow growing darker with every passing moment. And yet, amid the crushing despair, one figure stood tall, his heart aflame with determination, Hanuman. The sight of Lakshmana's lifeless form had ignited a fire in Hanuman that could not be extinguished. His chest rose and fell with each labored breath, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails bit into his palms. He looked to Rama, whose silent grief screamed louder than any battle cry. For Hanuman, this was not just a matter of duty, it was an act of devotion. Lakshmana could not die, not here, not now. Hanuman turned to the Vanara leaders, his voice cutting through the stillness like a blade. The Sanjeevani herb can save him. I will bring it back. No matter the cost. No sooner had the words left his lips than he leapt into the sky, the force of his departure shaking the very ground. The wind roared in his ears as he soared higher, the battlefield shrinking below him. His destination was distant, his task monumental, but failure was not an option. Every beat of his heart whispered a single truth: Lakshmana must live. As he sped through the heavens, the weight of the task ahead pressed down on him. He knew the Sanjeevani herb was hidden among countless others on the Dronagiri mountain. Time was a cruel enemy, slipping through his grasp even as he pushed himself harder, faster. The stars blurred around him, the moonlight casting his shadow over the lands below like a silent guardian. When Hanuman finally reached the mountain, its towering peaks loomed before him, shrouded in mist and mystery. The stillness of the place was unnerving, as if the mountain itself knew the urgency of his mission. He landed with a thunderous crash, his powerful form disturbing the silence. The forested slopes stretched endlessly, a labyrinth of greenery concealing the life-saving herb. He searched relentlessly, his eyes scanning the undergrowth, his hands tearing through foliage. The minutes dragged on like hours, the weight of each passing moment crushing him. Doubt crept into the edges of his mind, whispering cruel thoughts. What if he couldn't find it? What if he was too late? But Hanuman's spirit was unyielding. He stood at the mountain's peak, his chest heaving, his mind racing. Then, a thought pierced through the haze of desperation. If he could not find the herb, he would bring the entire mountain. Let the healers sort through it. There was no time for hesitation. With a roar that shook the heavens, Hanuman dug his massive hands into the earth. The ground trembled under the force of his grip as rocks and trees splintered around him. His muscles strained, his veins bulged, and the mountain resisted as though it were alive. But Hanuman was unstoppable. With a final, earth-shattering effort, he lifted the peak itself, the mighty Dronagiri now cradled in his arms. The sight was nothing short of divine, a figure larger than life, silhouetted against the night sky, carrying the very essence of hope on his shoulders. The stars seemed to hold their breath as he launched himself into the air once more, the mountain weighing heavily but his resolve outweighing it 1,000-fold. The journey back was a race against death. The wind tore at him, the weight of the mountain testing even his godlike strength. But Hanuman pressed on, his mind fixed on Lakshmana's still form and the desperate faces of those who depended on him. The thought of Rama's despair spurred him forward, each heartbeat echoing like a drumbeat of determination. As he approached the battlefield, the first rays of dawn painted the horizon with hues of gold and crimson. The Vanaras looked to the sky, their tired eyes widening in disbelief and awe. Hanuman descended like a comet, his landing shaking the earth and scattering debris. The mountain loomed behind him, its sheer size a testament to the magnitude of his love and devotion. Without a moment's delay, the healers rushed to extract the Sanjeevani herb. The air was thick with anticipation, every breath held, every heart praying. The herb was crushed and applied to Lakshmana's wounds, its sacred essence spreading like a whisper of life. For what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. And then, a shallow breath. Another. Lakshmana's chest rose and fell, the color returning to his pale face. The battlefield erupted into cheers, the Vanaras shouting Hanuman's name, their spirits reborn. Rama knelt beside his brother, tears streaming down his face. He turned to Hanuman, his voice breaking. "You have done what no one else could. I owe you a debt that even eternity cannot repay." But Hanuman, ever humble, bowed his head. "It was not for a debt, my lord. It was for love." The battlefield had been transformed, not just by the Sanjeevani, but by the indomitable spirit of one who refused to give up, who carried the weight of hope on his shoulders and returned triumphant. Yet, even as the Vanaras celebrated, the war was far from over. Ravana's forces still loomed, and the battle for Sita's freedom awaited. The battlefield was alive with the roar of clashing forces, each strike echoing the pain of a world on the edge of collapse. Ravana's chariots tore through the air, his army as vast and relentless as the ocean. Yet, despite the overwhelming might of Lanka's king, a fire burned in Rama's heart, a fire that no enemy could extinguish. The time had come. Rama stood tall, his eyes locked on Ravana, a man whose arrogance had claimed so many lives, whose evil had darkened the world. But this was not the end of the story. It was only the beginning of Ravana's fall. The weight of righteousness now bore down on him, and he stood as the embodiment of justice, the earth trembling beneath his feet. His bow was drawn, its string pulled taut, vibrating with the promise of fate. His arrow was no longer just an instrument of war, it was the culmination of years of loss, struggle, and relentless pursuit. Hanuman stood at his side, his loyalty unwavering, his presence a silent reminder of the bond between them. Though the battlefield raged around him, Hanuman's heart was steady. He had fought, he had carried mountains, and now he stood in the shadow of his Lord, ready for what came next. It was not just a war, it was the very soul of the world at stake. And Hanuman's faith in Rama was as unshakable as the mountains themselves. Rama's eyes never wavered as he faced Ravana. The demon king sneered, his gaze filled with the arrogance of someone who had believed he was untouchable, immortal. But even Ravana knew deep down that his time had come. The battle had raged long enough, the gods had weighed their judgment, and the moment of reckoning was upon him. Rama's hand gripped his bow tightly, his muscles flexing with quiet strength. The air was still for a heartbeat as the universe seemed to hold its breath. And then, with a sound that could be heard across the heavens, Rama released the arrow. It flew like a comet, cutting through the sky with divine precision. Ravana's eyes widened in disbelief as the arrow struck, piercing the heart of the demon king with a force that shattered everything he had ever been. Ravana's body trembled, his once unshakable power now crumbling. He fell to his knees, his eyes wide in shock, not just from the pain of the wound, but from the realization that his empire, his reign, and his very life had come to an end. In that moment, he knew that the forces of righteousness had triumphed. His time was over. The sky above seemed to weep for the fallen king, but there was no sorrow for Ravana's defeat. For the world had been freed from his tyranny, and the gods had long since known that it would be Rama who would restore balance. The battle had been brutal, the loss of so many lives a bitter price, but there was hope now. There was light again. As Ravana collapsed to the ground, the silence that followed was deafening. The army of Lanka, once mighty and proud, now stood still. They had lost their king, their leader, their very reason for fighting. And with that loss came the realization that their own lives had been bought by the courage of one man, Rama. But there was one more thing to be done. One last mission to complete. In the distance, hidden behind the fortress walls of Lanka, Sita awaited her rescue. She had been a prisoner for so long, her heart aching for the husband she had never stopped believing in. Her devotion had never wavered, even as Ravana had tried to break her spirit. But now, at last, the time had come for her to be reunited with the one who had never given up on her. Hanuman, ever loyal, ever vigilant, stood ready. He had witnessed the fall of Lanka's mighty king, but his heart beat for a different reason now. His eyes found Rama, and in that glance, an unspoken understanding passed between them. The battle was over, but the final piece of the puzzle remained. Sita's name echoed in Hanuman's heart. With every breath he took, he felt the weight of her suffering and the urgency of her rescue. His lord, Rama, had won the battle, but it was Hanuman's love and devotion that would bring her home. With one final look at the battlefield, Hanuman's heart swelled with a fierce determination. He would bring Sita back, no matter the cost. His hands clenched into fists, his body rippling with divine power. The gates of Lanka loomed before him, but they were no barrier for one so devoted, so relentless in his loyalty. He moved like lightning, swift and sure, bypassing Ravana's shattered forces with a single purpose in mind. The walls of Lanka stood tall, but to Hanuman, they were nothing more than shadows. His heart, filled with the love he held for his lord and for Sita, carried him through. Every step was a step closer to her, to the woman whose heart had always been true, no matter the trials she faced. When Hanuman finally reached Sita, his eyes locked on her. There she was, standing alone in Ashokvathika, a symbol of both strength and sorrow. Her eyes, tired but filled with hope, met his. And in that instant, the world seemed to fade away. All that mattered was the bond between them, the promise that had been kept, the love that had never faltered. He knelt before her, his voice soft but filled with the power of 1,000 storms. Sita, Rama is here. He has come for you. You are no longer a prisoner. You are free. Tears welled up in Sita's eyes, the weight of her captivity lifting from her shoulders. She had believed in this moment, had never stopped hoping that one day her beloved Rama would come for her. And now, that day had come. Hanuman watched as Sita's face softened with relief, her body trembling as if she couldn't believe it was real. Her heart had endured so much, and now, at last, the light of Rama's love was breaking through the darkness. With her rescue, the final chapter of Ravana's tyranny came to a close. The world breathed a collective sigh of relief, and the sun seemed to shine brighter as Rama and Sita were reunited. But for Hanuman, the true victory had been in witnessing the power of love, devotion, and unwavering faith. In the quiet of the night, the world seemed to hold its breath as Hanuman stood alone, looking at the stars. There was a deep, unspoken bond between him and the night sky, silent, eternal, unbreakable. His thoughts were with Rama, the man he had served with unwavering loyalty, the man whose light had guided his every step. He could hear the echoes of Rama's voice in his heart, a steady, calm force that filled him with warmth. And in that silence, there was a deep understanding, an understanding that his life, his very being, was meant to serve Rama. Hanuman had no need for grand declarations. His heart spoke a language that required no words. The devotion he felt for his Lord was so deep that it transcended any spoken promise, any ceremonial gesture. It was a bond forged in the fires of battle, in the quiet moments of trust, and every sacrifice he had made for Rama's cause. Hanuman was not just a warrior, he was a disciple, a servant of the highest order, a soul completely dedicated to his Lord's will. Rama, for his part, had never asked for Hanuman's unwavering loyalty. Yet, it was given freely, with no expectation in return. Hanuman had never questioned Rama, for to question him would be to question the very nature of his faith. In Rama's presence, Hanuman found the world's answers. He found purpose. He found peace. Every step Hanuman took, every breath he inhaled, was for Rama. From the moment he had first laid eyes on the prince, Hanuman had known that his heart would belong to him forever. No task was too small, no challenge too great. For Rama, Hanuman would fight armies, carry mountains, cross oceans. For Rama, he would endure the trials of the world, without ever faltering. The years had passed, and still, Hanuman's devotion never wavered. There was no need for accolades, no need for praise. Hanuman never sought recognition for his deeds. His heart swelled not with pride, but with love, a pure, selfless love that shone brighter than any victory, any conquest. He had no desire for glory, for he knew that his purpose was something greater than himself. To serve Rama was his highest honor. In the darkest moments, when the world seemed to collapse around him, when hope was a distant memory, Hanuman's faith remained his anchor. When all seemed lost, it was Hanuman who would rise, unyielding, his heart full of devotion. When the battlefield raged, and the cries of the wounded filled the air, Hanuman's voice would be the one that called out to Rama, his faith unwavering even in the face of death. It was not only in battle that Hanuman's devotion was evident. In the smallest of gestures, in the quietest of moments, he showed the depth of his love for Rama. When the winds howled and the world seemed to tremble, Hanuman would offer prayers in solitude, pouring his heart out in complete surrender. He asked for nothing but Rama's guidance, Rama's strength. And in return, he was granted the greatest gift of all, the joy of serving his Lord. In every action, in every sacrifice, Hanuman found peace. His devotion was not born of duty but of love. It was a love that transcended the physical, a love that spoke to the very soul. When Hanuman leapt across the ocean to find Sita, it was not out of obligation, but out of love for Rama. When he carried the mountain to save Lakshmana, it was not a task to be completed, but an act of devotion, a prayer in motion. Rama never needed to ask for anything, for Hanuman's heart knew no bounds. Hanuman's devotion was not a transaction, it was a pure outpouring of the soul, an expression of love that flowed endlessly, without hesitation. To serve Rama was to live, to breathe, to exist in the truest sense. In the moments of quiet reflection, Hanuman would often sit by himself, eyes closed, feeling the weight of his love for Rama deep within his chest. It was as if every beat of his heart was a prayer, a hymn of devotion, a promise kept. And in those moments, Hanuman would feel the presence of his Lord, not in the form of a god, but as a presence within him, a part of his very soul. The connection was beyond words, beyond explanation. It simply was. The world around him could change. The tides could turn. The earth could crumble. But Hanuman's devotion to Rama was constant, like the stars in the sky, silent, ever-present, eternal. It was not bound by time, nor by circumstance. No matter where he was, no matter what battle he fought, Rama was always with him, in his heart, in his mind, and every fiber of his being. And so, Hanuman continued to walk the path of devotion. He had no other purpose but to serve his Lord, to offer himself completely to Rama's will. Every challenge, every test, was merely an opportunity to show his love. He sought nothing for himself, for in his service to Rama, he had already found the greatest reward. As the years passed, Hanuman's name became known across the world, not as a mighty warrior, though his strength was unmatched, but as a symbol of pure devotion. The stories of his feats were not just tales of bravery, but testimonies to the power of love, the strength that comes from unwavering faith. Hanuman had become more than just a follower, he had become a beacon of what it meant to truly serve, to love without condition. But for Hanuman, there was no glory in his actions. The glory was in the act itself, the service, the devotion. There was no greater joy than to know that with every breath, with every step, he was bringing Rama's will into the world. That was enough. That was everything. As long as he lived, Hanuman would never waver from his path. His love for Rama was a flame that could not be extinguished, a fire that burned eternally in his heart. He had found his purpose, and it was not to be a conqueror, nor a hero. His purpose was simply this: to love, to serve, and to remain loyal to the one he called his Lord. The streets of Ayodhya were alive with an energy so pure, so vibrant, it felt as though the entire kingdom was breathing in harmony. The city shimmered with thousands of lights, as if the very stars had decided to descend upon the earth in celebration. But there was something even brighter than the lights, the joy on every face, the collective anticipation, the love that filled the air. It was not just a celebration, it was the return of a king, a return of hope, and the triumph of good over evil. In the midst of this overwhelming joy stood Hanuman, his heart swelling with emotions he could not put into words. The air was thick with excitement, the sounds of trumpets and drums echoed through the streets, but Hanuman stood quietly, his mind focused on one single thought: Rama was home. After all the battles, the hardships, the struggles, after everything that had been lost, Rama was returning to the kingdom of Ayodhya to take his rightful place on the throne. Hanuman's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, but there was a sense of deep, unwavering peace that accompanied it. He had always been a servant, a disciple, a follower, but now, he was witnessing the culmination of a journey that had been years in the making. It was not just the coronation of a king, it was the coronation of everything Hanuman had fought for, everything he had given his life for. It was the moment when his Lord, his Rama, would take his place not just as a ruler, but as the embodiment of truth, righteousness, and hope. As the procession drew closer, Hanuman could see the figure he had devoted his life to. Rama, his king, his lord, was approaching in a chariot, surrounded by the people who had longed for this day. The sight of Rama was almost too much for Hanuman to bear. His heart fluttered in his chest, tears welled in his eyes, and in that moment, every sacrifice he had made, every battle he had fought, every moment of pain, seemed to vanish. There was no need for words now. The joy of seeing Rama, of knowing that the one he had loved, trusted, and fought for was home, safe, victorious, and triumphant, was enough to fill Hanuman's soul. The chariot that carried Rama was magnificent, adorned with gold and jewels, but none of that mattered to Hanuman. What mattered was the sight of his Lord, sitting tall and regal, with an expression of calm and grace that only he could possess. The people of Ayodhya cheered, their voices rising in a chorus of adoration, but Hanuman could hear only the steady beat of his own heart, the steady rhythm of his devotion. As the chariot drew closer to the palace, the people parted, their eyes filled with reverence, but Hanuman could not move. He stood frozen, his eyes never leaving Rama, his heart full of love and pride. And then, Rama's gaze met his. In that single, silent moment, everything else faded away. The bustling crowd, the noise, the joy, all disappeared. It was just Hanuman and Rama, standing in the quiet understanding that had always existed between them. It was a bond stronger than anything the world could offer. Hanuman's devotion, his love, his loyalty, it all radiated from him like a visible force. And in return, Rama's eyes held something Hanuman had never needed to hear: gratitude, love, and the acknowledgement of everything Hanuman had done. The chariot came to a stop, and the air was thick with anticipation. The coronation was at hand. But before any of the formalities could begin, Hanuman did what he had always done. He knelt before Rama, bowing low as a disciple could bow before his Lord. It was not out of obligation, but out of love, pure and simple. Rama had given Hanuman purpose, had shown him what it meant to live with honor, to serve with heart. And in that moment, as he knelt before Rama, Hanuman knew that his life had been complete. Rama's hand reached out, and Hanuman felt it gently rest on his head. In that touch, there was no need for words. There was no crown, no throne, no title that could compare to the significance of this moment. Hanuman, the servant, had become something more. He had become the embodiment of true devotion. And for a brief, fleeting moment, Hanuman felt as though the entire universe had stopped, as though everything had come full circle. The coronation ceremony continued around him, but Hanuman barely noticed. His heart was still in that moment, still in the quiet exchange of love and respect between him and Rama. The priests and the ministers gathered, the chants began, and the kingdom prepared to crown their king, but Hanuman was lost in the truth of the moment. He had seen Rama through every trial, every test, and now, as the kingdom rejoiced in the return of its rightful ruler, Hanuman knew that all the pain, the struggles, and the sacrifices had been worth it. The people of Ayodhya cheered as Rama was crowned, the golden crown resting upon his head, symbolizing his authority and his divine right to rule. But to Hanuman, the crown was not what mattered. What mattered was the king. The man who had stood by his side, who had led with justice and compassion, who had always been a beacon of hope for those who followed him. And now, as the people of Ayodhya celebrated, Hanuman stood quietly, knowing that his Lord was finally receiving the respect and reverence he had always deserved. As the celebrations carried on, Hanuman remained by Rama's side, silently watching the joy unfold. He had seen battles, hardships, and victories, but nothing compared to the happiness that radiated from the people of Ayodhya as they celebrated their king's return. It was a moment of peace, of unity, of fulfillment. And in the midst of it all, Hanuman's heart was content. His purpose had been fulfilled. He had served his Lord, his King, and in doing so, he had found a love and loyalty that was beyond anything the world could offer. As the sun set on that glorious day, Hanuman's devotion to Rama remained unwavering, just as it had always been. The kingdom of Ayodhya had found its peace, and Hanuman had found his place, standing beside the one he loved with every ounce of his being. And in that moment, surrounded by joy and celebration, Hanuman knew that no matter what happened, his heart would always belong to Rama. The moonlight cast a soft glow over the land, but the light that truly filled the air that night was one of longing, of desperation. Hanuman stood still, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and emotion. The echoes of Sita's words, "Find Rama, find him," still rang in his ears, but he had yet to find the right answer. Rama was missing, and his heart broke at the thought of his Lord's pain. But it wasn't just that, there was something more. A moment of realization had come over him, an understanding that this was no ordinary search. Hanuman's devotion had always been unwavering, but this was different. It wasn't just about duty or loyalty. This was about the deepest part of him, the part that lived to serve, to protect, to love without condition. He knew the stakes. He knew that the bond between Rama and Sita was unbreakable, and it was his responsibility to find the missing link, to prove the truth of their connection. And so, he turned his gaze to the precious necklace in his hand, the one Sita had left behind. The necklace, delicate and beautiful, gleamed in his palm. It wasn't just a piece of jewelry. To Hanuman, it was a symbol, a testament to the love that Sita and Rama shared, a connection that defied all boundaries. But there was more to it. There was a mystery wrapped in each bead, each stone. What was it that this necklace held? What power lay hidden within it? As Hanuman looked down at it, something stirred deep within him. Was it possible that the necklace could be the key to finding Rama? Was it possible that within this simple object, this token of love, the answer could be found? With a resolve that was as unyielding as the mountains, Hanuman made his decision. He would search for Rama through this necklace. He would dive into its essence, feel its vibrations, and let it guide him. In his heart, he knew that this act was not just about finding Rama, it was about proving something far greater. He needed to show, once again, that his devotion to his Lord was limitless, that he would go to the ends of the earth to bring him back. He closed his eyes and focused. The necklace, cold and lifeless in his hand, became the center of his universe. Slowly, Hanuman began to feel the warmth of it, the connection that pulsed beneath its surface. He could almost hear the whisper of Rama's voice, the echo of his command, "Find her, find him." Hanuman's breath caught in his throat. It was a whisper of hope, of something that could be more. He opened his eyes, his grip tightening around the necklace, his heart filled with certainty. Without hesitation, he raised the necklace to his lips and kissed it, silently asking for guidance. And then, with the greatest of care, he began to search. Hours turned into days as Hanuman sifted through the necklace's beads, each one representing a moment of love, a piece of Sita's heart, and a step closer to finding Rama. His body was exhausted, but his spirit was unwavering. Every part of him was devoted to this task. He could feel the weight of his Lord's absence pressing against him, but it was more than that. There was a pain deeper than any physical wound. It was the pain of knowing that Sita, too, was waiting for a sign, for something to tell her that Rama was still out there. As Hanuman searched, he felt the intensity of his devotion like never before. The necklace was a lifeline, and every bead he touched seemed to whisper a promise, a prayer. His hands trembled, but he did not falter. He had known no greater duty than this, to find Rama, to return him to Sita, to restore the balance of the world. The necklace was the bridge between them, and he would not stop until it led him to the truth. But in the quiet moments, as his fingers brushed the necklace, Hanuman also felt a deep sorrow. It was not just the task that weighed on him, it was the recognition of his own smallness, the limitations of his own form. He was a simple servant, a disciple. But what he had to offer was his heart. It was the only thing he had to give, the only thing he could rely on. It wasn't just a necklace he was searching for, it was the soul of Rama, the very essence of his Lord's being. He was seeking not just to find, but to prove the depth of his devotion. The tension between hope and doubt was unbearable. Every time he thought he might be close, the necklace would slip through his fingers like a dream just out of reach. It was maddening, and yet Hanuman did not give up. His faith was stronger than the fear that tried to cloud his heart. His love for Rama was enough to fuel his every move, his every action. He could not, would not, fail. Then, in a moment of stillness, when it seemed as though all hope was lost, something shifted. Hanuman paused, his heart pounding in his chest. He had felt it, a shift in the energy around him, a vibration that surged from the necklace like a beacon in the dark. This was it. The moment had come. He could feel it now, the presence of Rama, faint but unmistakable. The necklace had led him here, to the heart of everything he had been searching for. He knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that Rama was out there, waiting to be found. And through this simple token, Hanuman had brought that connection to life once more. The love between Rama and Sita had never been broken. It had only been waiting for someone brave enough to look beyond the surface, to reach into the depths of devotion and faith. With renewed strength, Hanuman gripped the necklace tighter, his heart soaring with the knowledge that his search was coming to an end. This was the moment. He had proven his love, his loyalty, and now he could finally bring Rama and Sita together again. His task was almost complete. The necklace had shown him the way. And as he stood, holding the necklace close, Hanuman's heart swelled with pride and humility. He had searched for Rama in the simplest of ways, and it had led him to a truth greater than any victory on the battlefield. This was the victory of love, of devotion, of faith that could move mountains. In that one act of searching, Hanuman had proved the power of his heart, and that was all he had ever needed. The dust had settled over the land of Ayodhya, but a new storm was brewing in the hearts of those who had once celebrated Rama's victory. The joy of Rama's return, his coronation, and his reunion with Sita had been immense, but beneath the surface, a quiet turmoil stirred. The weight of expectations, the whispers of doubt, the scars of the past, all these began to surface in the darkest corners of the kingdom. Rama, now king, found himself at the heart of this turmoil. His heart, once so certain and strong, began to waver. The truth of his trials, his journey, his sacrifice, had left a lingering ache in him that no crown or throne could ease. The weight of being a king, of upholding Dharma, felt heavier than ever. Rama was tested once more, this time in ways that threatened not just his reign, but his very soul. And once again, it was Hanuman who was called upon, not by mere command, but by the silent understanding of the bond they shared. Hanuman, who had been with Rama through every battle, through every moment of doubt and triumph, now stood by his side in a moment of great sorrow. The trials that lay before Rama were not battles fought with swords or arrows. They were battles of the heart. Sita, once so beloved and pure in his eyes, was questioned, condemned, and cast aside. And with this decision, Rama's soul was torn. How could this be the Dharma of a king? How could he let the love of his life, the woman who had followed him through fire, through exile, be cast out? In these moments of despair, it was Hanuman who stood firm. Though Rama had risen to great heights, the trials of Uttarakhanda, those trials that followed the defeat of Ravana, were a new kind of challenge. His role in this saga was not one of outward strength, but of quiet presence, of unshakable faith. When Rama faced doubts, Hanuman was there to remind him of his worth, of his duty, of the path he had always walked. In the silence of the palace, as Rama sat in solitude, lost in thought, Hanuman would appear like a ray of light cutting through the darkness. With a gentle but unyielding devotion, Hanuman would speak the truth that only a true disciple could express. Lord, you are the one who has upheld Dharma. You have walked through the deepest of trials, never once swaying from your path. You must not falter now. His words were not just comforting, they were the truth that Rama needed to hear, the reassurance that would ignite the fire of righteousness in his heart once more. Hanuman was not a mere servant, he was the embodiment of devotion itself. And in this devotion, Rama found the strength to stand tall once again, to rise above the pain of his personal heartbreak and continue his duties as a king. But the challenges did not end there. The people of Ayodhya, too, were beginning to question. The love that had once been so evident now seemed distant. The whispers grew louder, and with them came the fear of what might happen if Rama faltered, if his decisions became clouded by emotion. Yet, in this moment of uncertainty, Hanuman remained a constant. He never questioned, never wavered in his faith. For Hanuman, there was no doubt, Rama was the ideal king, the embodiment of Dharma, no matter the trials he faced. It was Hanuman who stood by Rama's side as the trials of Uttarakhanda unfolded, trials that tested not just Rama's strength, but his very essence. When Rama was forced to make difficult decisions, when the echoes of the past threatened to tear apart his heart, Hanuman was the one who whispered words of reassurance. He didn't offer answers or solutions, he offered something more profound, the assurance that whatever path Rama chose, he would not walk it alone. It wasn't just in the grand moments of decision that Hanuman's role was felt. It was in the quiet spaces, the subtle ways he held Rama's heart steady. When the doubts of the world seemed too much to bear, it was Hanuman who would remind Rama that his devotion to Dharma was not just an external battle, it was the essence of who he was. And when the world turned its back on Rama, Hanuman never did. In the deepest trials of Uttarakhanda, when Sita's exile was more than a political matter, when it was a test of the heart, Hanuman's love for Rama transcended all. He did not seek fame or glory for himself, he sought only to serve. Even when Rama was distant, when the weight of his choices threatened to break him, Hanuman's devotion never wavered. He stood as a rock, unshaken by the storm of doubt, offering his unwavering loyalty, his faith in Rama's goodness. But perhaps the most poignant moment in this trial was not the physical battles or the external conflicts, it was the quiet moments when Rama's heart broke and Hanuman, understanding this grief like no one else, simply stood by him, offering no judgment, just presence. The depth of Hanuman's devotion was not in the grand actions, the fiery battles, or the heroic feats. It was in his quiet, steady loyalty, in the moments when Rama needed him most, not as a warrior, but as a friend, a disciple. And so, as Rama faced his most painful trials, as his own heart shattered in the face of decisions no one should ever have to make, Hanuman remained by his side, not to advise, not to offer solutions, but to remind him of the strength he had within, the strength that had carried him through every trial before. In these moments, Hanuman's role in Uttarakhanda wasn't just that of a faithful servant. It was the role of a true disciple, a mirror to Rama's soul, reflecting the purity of his devotion and his righteousness. Through Hanuman, Rama found his path again, no longer guided just by the rules of Dharma, but by the love and faith that transcended all trials. Even as the shadows of doubt loomed large, even as the kingdom whispered, Hanuman was the unwavering light that showed Rama that no matter how broken the world seemed, there was always a way forward. And in that light, Rama found the courage to face the trials that lay ahead, knowing that no matter what, he had the most devoted companion by his side. The heart of a disciple, unshakable, unwavering, and steadfast, had once again proven to be the greatest strength of all. The wind howled through the trees as Bhima, the mighty Pandava, struggled to keep his balance on the treacherous path ahead. His muscles ached from years of battle, but his spirit was undeterred. The weight of destiny pressed heavily upon him as he made his way into the dense forest, searching for the elusive fruit that would save his brothers. He had been told that this was the only way to end their suffering, but as he ventured deeper into the wilderness, doubt crept into his heart. It was there, in the heart of the forest, that he met Hanuman. At first, Bhima thought the figure before him was just another strange forest dweller. The old monkey sat on the ground, his eyes glowing with a strange wisdom, his face calm and serene. Bhima, always brimming with pride at his strength, approached the figure with a smirk. "I am Bhima, the mightiest of the Pandavas. I need the fruit that you guard." "Step aside, old monkey," Bhima said, his voice a mix of arrogance and impatience. But Hanuman only smiled, a smile that seemed to carry centuries of knowledge. He rose slowly, his figure towering over Bhima, yet there was no hostility in his gaze. There was only a calm, knowing look that made Bhima's heart race. "You are mighty, Bhima," Hanuman said, his voice soft yet firm, "but strength alone will not bring you the victory you seek." Bhima's pride flared up. "What do you know of strength?" I have battled demons, destroyed armies, and faced countless challenges. I do not need your advice." Hanuman chuckled, a deep, throaty sound that seemed to echo through the trees. "You may be powerful, Bhima, but there is more to strength than brute force." A chill ran through Bhima as Hanuman's words sank in. There was something about this figure that made him feel small, despite his towering muscles. It wasn't just the way he spoke, it was the sheer presence of Hanuman. There was a stillness, a calm in his energy, that made Bhima's fiery nature feel out of place. "What do you mean?" Bhima asked, his voice now quieter, his confidence beginning to waver. Hanuman stepped closer, his eyes locked onto Bhima's with an intensity that felt like it could pierce the very soul. "I have seen your struggles, Bhima. I have watched you fight with all your might, but I also see the pain in your heart. You do not understand that true strength comes from humility, from compassion, and from knowing when to yield." Bhima's chest tightened. He had never considered these things. He had always believed that power was the answer to everything. The thought that he might need to change his way of thinking was difficult to swallow. But Hanuman didn't stop there. He continued, "You are strong, but your pride blinds you. There is more to life than victory on the battlefield. What will your strength mean if you cannot protect the hearts of those you love?" Bhima was taken aback. No one had ever spoken to him like this. He had always been the protector, the one who stood tall and fought for his family, for justice. But Hanuman's words planted a seed of doubt in his mind, and the more he reflected on them, the deeper the discomfort grew within him. Hanuman reached into his pouch and pulled out a fruit. It glowed with a light that seemed to pulse with life. Bhima's eyes widened in awe as he gazed at it. "This is the fruit you seek," Hanuman said, offering it to Bhima. "But it is not the only thing you need. You must first learn to control your pride, to temper your strength with wisdom and compassion. Only then will this fruit be of true use to you." For the first time in his life, Bhima felt a deep humility. The fruit in Hanuman's hands was no ordinary prize. It was a symbol of everything Bhima had yet to learn. The weight of Hanuman's words, the challenge in his eyes, was like a mirror reflecting Bhima's flaws, his arrogance, his impulsiveness, his unshakable belief that power was all that mattered. As Bhima took the fruit, his hands trembling, he looked into Hanuman's eyes, seeking something more. Hanuman, the great devotee of Rama, the embodiment of strength and wisdom, offered him not just the fruit, but a glimpse of the deeper meaning behind his strength. "Go back to your brothers, Bhima," Hanuman said, his voice gentle yet powerful. "But remember, true victory comes not from the strength of your arm, but from the strength of your heart." The moment Hanuman spoke these words, a change began to stir within Bhima. His pride began to dissolve, replaced by a profound sense of purpose that he had never known before. As Hanuman disappeared into the forest, Bhima stood still, holding the fruit in his hand, but more importantly, holding the knowledge that had been given to him. For the first time, Bhima understood that strength alone was not enough to protect his loved ones. He needed wisdom, he needed compassion, and above all, he needed to learn to lead not with the force of his body, but with the strength of his heart. As Bhima made his way back to the Pandavas, a quiet fire burned within him. He was no longer the same man who had set out on this journey. The encounter with Hanuman had changed him, reshaping his understanding of what it meant to be truly strong. And though he still carried the might of his warrior spirit, he now knew that it was tempered by something far greater, a deeper strength that came from within, from the heart. Hanuman had not just given Bhima a fruit. He had given him the key to a strength that would carry him through the darkest of times, a strength that would guide him through the trials that lay ahead, and a strength that would ultimately help him become the true hero of his own story. The battlefield was heavy with the scent of dust and iron, the air thick with the roar of clashing armies. Yet, amidst the chaos of the Kurukshetra war, a quiet moment unfolded under a brilliant sky. Arjuna, his heart torn by doubt, stood frozen, his bow hanging limply in his hands. The weight of the world, the weight of his duty, pressed down on him. He had been chosen to fight, to protect righteousness, yet he saw only destruction ahead. His mind swirled in confusion, the voices of his fears rising louder than the call of his duty. In that stillness, Krishna, his charioteer, spoke. You are not the body, Arjuna. You are not the mind. You are the soul, eternal and indestructible. Krishna's voice rang clear and steady, cutting through the turbulence of Arjuna's soul. Do your duty without attachment to the results. Act for the sake of righteousness, not for the fruits of your labor. Arjuna, overwhelmed, turned to Krishna, his eyes wide with the weight of his dilemma. But Krishna only smiled, his presence radiating an unwavering calm. The battlefield might have been a storm, but here, in the stillness between words, Arjuna was held by something far greater. Far away, another figure was embodying this same unwavering devotion, this same commitment to the divine cause, Hanuman, the eternal servant of Lord Rama. Hanuman's life was a testament to total surrender, his heart a vessel of pure love for Rama. Hanuman never questioned his duty, he never doubted his path. His love was not driven by any personal desire, but by an understanding that true devotion is beyond the self, beyond the ego. Hanuman, the great warrior and protector, had always acted in service of Lord Rama, just as Arjuna was now being taught by Krishna. The Bhagavad Gita, Krishna's teachings to Arjuna, echoed the very essence of Hanuman's devotion. Both figures, one in the battlefield of Kurukshetra and the other in the forests of Lanka, were embodiments of devotion without attachment, action without expectation, strength without ego. It was said that Hanuman, though capable of unimaginable feats, never sought glory for himself. His devotion to Rama was so pure that he would have never allowed the light of his own strength to outshine the light of his Lord. He moved not for reward, not for recognition, but because to serve Rama was his highest purpose. His every action, from leaping across the ocean to carrying the mountain of life-saving herbs, was done with complete selflessness. This mirrored Krishna's message to Arjuna: perform your duties without attachment to the fruits. Your true identity is not in what you achieve or fail to achieve, it is in your devotion to the divine. Surrender your ego, and you will find your true strength. In a world brimming with expectations and desires, Hanuman's actions were a living example of detachment from outcomes. He didn't long for Rama's praise or for a reward for his service. He was simply and wholly devoted. This devotion was his strength, the strength that allowed him to perform the impossible. As Krishna guided Arjuna toward understanding the nature of the soul, Hanuman embodied it. Both figures embodied the very essence of duty, not bound by any selfish goals, but driven by love and service to a higher cause. On the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Arjuna struggled to understand his role, questioning his very purpose in a war that would cost so many lives. Krishna, his divine guide, reminded him that his duty was to fight for righteousness, to protect Dharma, and to not be swayed by the distractions of emotion or fear. In the forests of Lanka, Hanuman's role was similarly clear. His loyalty was to Rama, his devotion unwavering. When he was tasked with finding Sita, it was not out of any need for glory. It was his duty. He leapt across the ocean, defied impossible odds, and faced danger head-on, all in the service of his Lord. He never once thought of what he would gain. He did not measure his actions by their results. He acted purely out of love and faith, and in this act of pure devotion, he found himself transcending his limitations. Krishna's teachings to Arjuna were simple yet profound. You must do your duty without attachment to success or failure. You must surrender the ego and act out of love and devotion. Only then will you find peace. This was the same peace that Hanuman had long known, not through philosophical study, but through living his truth in every moment. Hanuman's devotion to Rama was complete. He did not waver, he did not falter. His trust in Rama's mission was absolute. Even when things seemed hopeless, Hanuman never doubted that his actions were part of a divine plan. He knew that no matter the outcome, his devotion was its own reward. His actions were not for personal gain, they were an offering to his Lord. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna speaks of surrendering all actions to the divine. He teaches Arjuna that by surrendering the ego and performing actions without attachment, one can reach a state of liberation. Hanuman lived this teaching every day of his life. His every step, his every leap, was a form of surrender. He never thought about his own greatness. He never sought power, wealth, or fame. His strength came from the purity of his heart, from his complete surrender to the will of Rama. Just as Krishna instructed Arjuna to fight for righteousness, Hanuman fought for Dharma. But where Arjuna fought with the weight of his own questions and doubts, Hanuman fought with the certainty of a heart that had fully embraced devotion. Both, however, were engaged in the same battle, the battle of the ego, the battle of attachment. Krishna's teachings guided Arjuna toward an understanding of the self as beyond the body and the mind, beyond victory and defeat. Hanuman, without ever hearing these words, lived them. Hanuman's life was a living reflection of Krishna's teachings. He acted without expectation, served without ego, and loved without limitation. His devotion was his strength, and his strength came from his complete surrender to Rama, much like Arjuna's strength would come from his surrender to Krishna's guidance. The true power lay not in the external, in the physical strength, but in the internal, where devotion, trust, and surrender created an unshakable foundation. As Arjuna stood on the battlefield, hearing Krishna's words, he began to understand. The war was not just about defeating his enemies. It was about conquering the greatest enemy of all, the ego. And in that moment, Arjuna realized that it wasn't just his strength with the bow that would win the war, but his strength in surrendering to the divine will. And as for Hanuman, his life was the embodiment of that surrender. He had no need for Krishna's teachings to understand that true devotion was the path to ultimate freedom. He lived the truth that Krishna would later impart to Arjuna: surrender everything to me, and I will take care of the rest. In their own ways, both Hanuman and Arjuna would come to understand the most profound teaching of all, that through devotion, through surrender, and through selfless service, one can attain the highest strength. The sky above the mountains was painted in hues of gold as the sun began to set, casting a serene glow over the ancient forests. A calm breeze whispered through the trees, as if nature itself was holding its breath. It was a moment of stillness, as if time had paused to witness something monumental. In the midst of this peacefulness, there was an echo of something much older, much grander, the call of knowledge, the very lifeblood of civilization, preserved through the ages. Hanuman stood at the foot of a mountain, his heart swelling with a sense of duty that had never once faltered. It was here, on this sacred ground, that he would meet Vyasa, the legendary sage, the one who had dedicated his life to recording the wisdom of the world, to preserving the stories, the teachings, and the sacred knowledge that had been passed down through generations. It was here that Hanuman would learn that his role was more than just that of a loyal servant to Lord Rama. It was to become a custodian of something far greater. Vyasa, the great sage whose wisdom had shaped the course of Dharma, had spent years recording the eternal knowledge of the Vedas, the Puranas, and the epics. But the world, in its ever-changing nature, was beginning to lose touch with the sacred texts. The power of these scriptures, their ability to guide, protect, and uplift the soul, was at risk of fading into obscurity. This was not just a matter of ink on paper, it was the preservation of a connection to the divine, to the very essence of existence. It was something that needed to be protected, safeguarded for future generations. As Hanuman approached Vyasa, the air around them seemed to hum with a sacred energy, as if the earth itself recognized the significance of this meeting. Vyasa, wise and composed, saw not just a mighty warrior before him but a soul filled with devotion, one whose heart beat in rhythm with the cosmic order. Hanuman had done the impossible, time and time again. But now, he was being called upon for something greater still, to help preserve the knowledge that would ensure the survival of Dharma, to ensure that the teachings of the divine would never be lost. Hanuman, Vyasa began, his voice rich with authority and reverence, you have served Lord Rama with unwavering devotion, overcoming every obstacle with strength and courage. But now, your service is needed in a different way, through your mind, through your heart, and through your ability to protect and preserve the knowledge that sustains the universe. Hanuman, though powerful beyond measure, felt a wave of humility wash over him. He had always been a warrior, a protector. But here, in the presence of Vyasa, he understood that his role was far more expansive than he had ever imagined. His devotion to Rama had always been the core of his strength, but now he would be called upon to preserve the very knowledge that had guided generations before him. Wisdom is not just the knowledge of the world, it is the knowledge that connects us to the divine, Vyasa continued, his eyes piercing through the soul. But knowledge, Hanuman, is fragile. It can be lost in the blink of an eye, wiped away by time, ignorance, or the ravages of fate. It is the role of those like you, those who have devoted themselves to truth, to ensure that it is never lost. You will carry this knowledge, protect it, and pass it on to those who will carry it forward. In that moment, something shifted within Hanuman. He had always understood the importance of Dharma, but now he understood the importance of preserving it, of ensuring that the wisdom of the ages remained intact for future generations. His heart, full of love and devotion, now carried the weight of a new responsibility, a responsibility that transcended time and place, a responsibility that would echo through the ages. Vyasa, sensing Hanuman's readiness, placed his hands together in a gesture of reverence. I give you this task, Hanuman. You will be the guardian of the sacred knowledge. You will not let it fall into obscurity. You will preserve it, not just for the present, but for all the future generations. And when the time comes, you will ensure that the right souls come to understand it. Hanuman, his heart swelling with gratitude and honor, bowed before Vyasa. His soul had always been dedicated to Rama, but now it was dedicated to something even larger, the preservation of the sacred teachings that were the very foundation of Dharma. His loyalty had never wavered, and now, in this moment, it was clear that his loyalty was not just to a single being, but to the very essence of existence itself. The winds picked up as the two stood in silence, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Hanuman had always been a symbol of strength, of devotion, but now he became a symbol of wisdom, of guardianship. He understood that it wasn't enough to simply be a warrior. The true warrior, the true protector, was the one who could preserve what was most precious, the teachings, the wisdom, the knowledge that connected the mortal to the divine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hanuman took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his new responsibility settle on his shoulders. It was not a burden, but a privilege. He was no longer just a servant of Rama, he was a servant of all that was sacred. His role in the world had expanded in ways he had never imagined, and he knew that the path ahead would be one of both trials and triumphs. But it was a path he was ready to walk. His heart was filled with a new strength, one not born of physical power, but of spiritual purpose. Hanuman, the mighty monkey, was now Hanuman, the custodian of knowledge, the protector of wisdom. He would carry these teachings with the same unwavering devotion that he had carried out every other task in his life. He would guard them with his heart, his soul, and his every action. And in that moment, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Hanuman knew that he had been entrusted with a gift far greater than any treasure. It was a gift that would transcend time, a gift that would live on in the hearts of all who sought truth, wisdom, and Dharma. And he, Hanuman, would ensure that this gift was never lost. The air was heavy with silence, the kind that felt sacred, as though the world was holding its breath. The sun had just begun to set, casting a golden glow over the quiet temples and lush greenery. In the distance, the sounds of bells rang, soft and peaceful, but there was something about this moment that felt different. The stillness was a reflection of something deeper, a kind of sacred calm that permeated everything. This was not just a quiet evening in a world that seemed to sleep. It was a moment in time where the lines between myth, spirituality, and truth blurred, and the eternal presence of Hanuman, the devoted servant, took on a new, profound meaning. In the Jain texts, Hanuman's character is not merely that of a mighty warrior and the devoted servant of Lord Rama. No, in Jainism, Hanuman becomes more than just a figure of strength and devotion. He transforms into a symbol of purity, compassion, and self-restraint. Here, Hanuman's essence takes on a different hue, a reflection of the core principles that Jainism holds dear: nonviolence, humility, and renunciation. The mighty strength that he once wielded with such force now becomes an embodiment of inner power, the power to overcome one's own ego, to rise above desires, and to walk the path of true spiritual freedom. In the Jain scriptures, Hanuman is revered not just for his extraordinary feats, but for the purity of his heart and the depth of his devotion. The physical might he possesses is no longer the focal point, it is his unwavering commitment to the highest ideals that take center stage. The humility that Hanuman exhibits is held up as a shining example of how one can achieve greatness without falling prey to arrogance. His strength becomes a reflection of his inner discipline, a force guided by wisdom, compassion, and the pursuit of truth. This is a Hanuman who does not act out of desire for personal gain or glory, but out of a sense of duty to the divine and to the greater good. One of the most touching interpretations in the Jain texts involves Hanuman's service to Lord Rama. Unlike in other traditions, where Hanuman's role is that of a valiant warrior, in Jainism, his acts of service are viewed through the lens of his spiritual purity. His loyalty to Lord Rama is not motivated by the need for recognition or reward. It is simply an expression of his unwavering devotion to Dharma, to the truth that lies beyond the material world. Hanuman's service is selfless, without expectation, and in this way, he becomes a model for all who walk the path of Jainism. In a world that often values power and success, Hanuman's humility becomes a reminder that true greatness lies in renunciation and the surrender of the self for the greater good. In the Jain version of his story, there is a deeper emphasis on Hanuman's renunciation of material desires. His devotion to Lord Rama is not just a matter of physical service, it is a profound spiritual practice. Hanuman's actions are seen as a reflection of the Jain ideal of asceticism, the voluntary renunciation of worldly pleasures. Through his unwavering commitment to the divine, Hanuman exemplifies the highest form of devotion, a devotion that is free from attachment to the ego or to the material world. His service to Lord Rama is not an act of duty alone, it is a form of self-purification, a constant striving to transcend the limitations of the body and mind. But it is in Hanuman's connection with Lord Rama that his true spiritual nature comes to life in the Jain texts. Their bond is not merely one of master and servant. It is a spiritual communion, a partnership of shared wisdom and mutual respect. Lord Rama, in the Jain interpretation, is not just a king but a figure of ultimate spiritual purity, and Hanuman, in his loyalty to Rama, seeks to align himself with that purity. This relationship is not about physical strength, it is about the bond between two souls dedicated to the pursuit of the highest truth. The love that Hanuman feels for Rama is not bound by time, space, or circumstance. It is an eternal love, one that transcends the limits of the material world and connects them on a deeper, spiritual plane. Hanuman's presence in Jainism also brings forth an important lesson, the power of nonviolence. In the Jain tradition, the concept of ahimsa, or nonviolence, is paramount. Hanuman, despite his immense strength, never acts out of malice or harm. His actions are guided by compassion and self-restraint, always in service of a greater good. Whether he is leaping across mountains or carrying the Sanjeevani herb to save lives, his every action is a reflection of his commitment to nonviolence. In the Jain interpretation, Hanuman becomes a symbol of the inner strength it takes to refrain from harm, to act with wisdom and compassion, and to transcend the impulses of the ego. What is perhaps most striking about Hanuman's character in Jainism is his humility. He is not just a warrior, nor a servant of Lord Rama. He is a seeker, a soul on the path of spiritual awakening. The Jain texts emphasize that Hanuman's actions are always motivated by his deep desire for spiritual growth, for purity of heart. He does not seek recognition or reward for his feats, he seeks only to serve the divine and to walk the path of truth. It is this selfless devotion that makes him such a powerful symbol in Jainism. He is the embodiment of the ideal that one should not act for personal gain but for the benefit of all beings. The stories of Hanuman in Jain texts are filled with moments of profound introspection and self-discovery. In these tales, Hanuman's strength is not defined by his ability to lift mountains or defeat foes, it is defined by his capacity for self-control, for deep meditation, and for overcoming the illusions of the material world. His power is not in his physical prowess, but in his ability to transcend the self and connect with the divine. Through his devotion to Lord Rama, Hanuman shows that true strength lies not in the body but in the heart and soul, in the ability to surrender one's will to the higher purpose of life. As the stories unfold, Hanuman's character in Jainism takes on an even deeper meaning. He becomes not just a hero, but a guide, a spiritual mentor who leads others on the path to liberation. His example serves as a reminder that the true essence of life is not found in the pursuit of worldly success or power, but in the pursuit of inner peace, compassion, and truth. Hanuman, in the Jain tradition, is not a figure of myth or legend. He is a living, breathing embodiment of the principles that guide every soul toward enlightenment. Through his unwavering dedication to nonviolence, humility, and devotion, Hanuman becomes a beacon of hope, a shining example for all who seek to live a life of purpose and meaning. His story, as told in Jainism, is a reminder that greatness lies not in the world's recognition, but in the purity of one's intentions, in the strength of one's heart, and in the unwavering pursuit of truth. The forest was alive with whispers. The ancient trees, their branches heavy with centuries of wisdom, seemed to lean in closer, as though the earth itself was listening. Beneath their canopies, in the heart of this sacred place, stood two figures, a sage, revered and wise, and a being unlike any other, a force of nature, a symbol of devotion and strength. The air hummed with a quiet energy, as though the very act about to unfold would shape the future of all knowledge, all wisdom, for ages to come. Vyasa, the great sage, had already penned the vast scriptures that had shaped the course of history. His mind, sharp and vast as the ocean, had captured the essence of the Vedas, the Puranas, and the epics that would guide mankind for millennia. Yet, even with his brilliance, there was something missing. Something vital. The weight of the words, the knowledge, was immense, and the world needed a protector, someone to ensure that this treasure would never be lost to the ravages of time. And so, when Hanuman, the mighty Vanara, stood before him, the sage knew that fate had brought them together for a purpose far greater than either could fully comprehend. Lord Vyasa, Hanuman's voice rumbled, rich and deep as though it carried the echo of mountains themselves. I have come, as you requested. Vyasa looked at him, his ancient eyes gleaming with quiet intensity. He had seen the Vanara's strength, had witnessed the devotion that flowed through him like a river, unbroken and pure. Yet there was something else he recognized in Hanuman's presence, a rare humility, a devotion not to his own glory but to the preservation of Dharma. The words of the ancients, the scriptures, needed to be safeguarded, to be passed down to those who could understand their true meaning, their true purpose. And in Hanuman, Vyasa saw a guardian of that sacred duty. Vyasa nodded, his voice soft but firm. You have always been a servant of Lord Rama, Hanuman. A warrior of immeasurable strength. But today, I ask you to serve in a different way, one that will carry your legacy not in your mighty feats, but in the preservation of knowledge itself. Hanuman bowed his head, the weight of Vyasa's words settling over him like a mantle. It was an honor to serve, yes, but this task was something far more profound. To protect the teachings of the ancients, to ensure that they were not lost or corrupted, it was a responsibility that no one could take lightly. Vyasa continued, the knowledge within these scriptures is not just for one generation or for the next. It must be passed down through the ages, untouched, unspoiled. The words are powerful, and their meaning is vast. If they are lost, so too is our connection to the divine. The gravity of the moment hit Hanuman like a wave crashing against the shore. The scriptures, the wisdom of the ancients, they were the bridge between the human soul and the eternal truth. Without them, without their guidance, the world would be adrift, like a ship without a sail. Vyasa was asking him not just to guard the words, but to ensure that their essence, their life force, would never be severed from the world. I will protect them, Hanuman said, his voice steady but full of emotion. I swear it, on my very soul. Vyasa smiled, but it was a smile tinged with sorrow. He knew the journey ahead would not be easy. The world had always been prone to forgetfulness, to distractions, to the erosion of knowledge with the passage of time. Even the mightiest of forces could not hold back the sands of time. And yet, there was something about Hanuman, something in his unwavering devotion, that filled Vyasa with hope. And so, Hanuman, in his boundless humility and unwavering loyalty, took on the task that would change the course of history. He did not just protect the scriptures. He became the embodiment of the knowledge itself. He carried the wisdom in his heart, and in doing so, he became a living repository of the ancient truths that had shaped the world. There was no greater testament to Hanuman's devotion than the way he carried out this sacred duty. No mountain was too high, no ocean too wide. He traveled far and wide, from the highest peaks to the deepest valleys, ensuring that the words of Vyasa and the knowledge of the sages were safeguarded from those who would seek to twist or destroy them. Hanuman's role in preserving the scriptures was not just about physical protection, it was about understanding the very essence of what those words meant. He embodied the teachings of the sages, not through mere memorization, but through the way he lived, breathed, and interacted with the world. Every action he took, every moment he spent in service, was an act of preserving the Dharma, the eternal truth that the scriptures contained. There were times when the world seemed to be on the brink of forgetting, when the winds of doubt and ignorance threatened to blow away the ancient wisdom. But Hanuman stood firm, his heart unwavering, his devotion undeterred. He understood that to preserve knowledge was not just to protect it from physical harm, but to ensure that it remained pure and intact in the hearts of all who would seek it. As the years passed, and the world continued to change, Hanuman's role as the protector of knowledge only grew in significance. He became a silent guardian, watching over the scriptures as they were passed from one generation to the next. In his heart, he carried the burden of ensuring that the wisdom of the ancients was never lost, that the world would always have access to the teachings that guided the soul towards liberation. The world changed, as all things do. Empires rose and fell. Kings came and went. But the scriptures remained, and Hanuman, in his silent and steadfast devotion, continued to protect them, ensuring that their power would never fade. Through Hanuman, Vyasa's words lived on, not just in the written scriptures, but in the hearts and minds of those who understood their true meaning. Hanuman became more than just a guardian of knowledge, he became a living embodiment of the teachings themselves. His strength, his humility, his unwavering devotion, all of these qualities were the very essence of the wisdom contained in the scriptures. And so, as the centuries passed and the stories of Hanuman and Vyasa echoed through time, one truth remained clear: Hanuman's contribution to preserving knowledge was not just an act of protection, but an act of love. A love for the truth, for the Dharma, and for the eternal wisdom that binds all beings together. His devotion ensured that the teachings of the sages would never be lost, that their light would continue to shine for all who sought it. A fierce storm tore across the sky, lightning splitting the heavens in two. The ground shook beneath the weight of the thunder that echoed like the roar of a lion. Yet, through the chaos, a figure stood undeterred, a giant, fearless, and full of light. His eyes, burning with the fire of 1,000 suns, looked out across the horizon. His name was known far and wide. His name was Hanuman. The world had seen him in battle. They had witnessed his strength, his courage, and his loyalty. But Hanuman's story did not end with the epic of Lord Rama. Oh, no. The mountains he scaled, the oceans he crossed, the demons he vanquished, they were only a small part of the legacy this mighty Vanera would leave behind. After the Ramayana, Hanuman's journey did not stop. It wasn't the end, but rather the beginning of a legend that would echo through the ages. He was more than just a hero of the battlefield, he was a symbol of unyielding faith, of courage that never wavered, and of a love that could conquer all. One of the most revered tales of Hanuman's post-Ramayana adventures began in the land of the Devas, the gods themselves. A tale where even the mighty Indra, king of the gods, looked upon Hanuman in awe. The heavens trembled as a terrible demon, Ravana's brother, Vibhishana's cruel kin, rampaged across the divine realms. With a heart blackened by greed and hatred, he sought to usurp the very throne of Indra. None could stand against him, for he was a demon of unimaginable strength. The gods, desperate and with nowhere else to turn, turned to Hanuman, whose reputation for defeating impossible odds had already spread like wildfire. Hanuman's heart, always true, never hesitated. Without a word of doubt, he leapt into the heavens, his mighty form cutting through the skies like an arrow of righteousness. The gods watched in awe as the great Vanera faced the demon in a battle that shook the foundations of heaven. For days they fought, the air thick with the clash of divinity and evil. Hanuman's blows, like the thunder of 1,000 storms, shook the heavens themselves. And with each strike, the demon's power waned, until he could no longer stand against the might of Hanuman's devotion. With a final, thunderous roar, Hanuman struck the demon down, and the heavens themselves erupted in applause. The gods, awed by Hanuman's unwavering courage, crowned him as their eternal protector. But Hanuman did not seek their praise. He sought only to ensure that evil would never triumph over the light of Dharma. But even the heavens were not beyond the reach of Hanuman's adventures. One of the most celebrated tales from this period was his venture into the underworld, a realm few dared to enter. There, in the bowels of the earth, a terrible serpent known as Vasuki held dominion. With a heart as cold as his venom, Vasuki had bound the very flow of time itself, trapping the souls of the righteous in his coils. Hanuman, ever the servant of truth, could not stand to see such injustice. He descended into the underworld, his mighty fists cleaving the dark waters that surrounded Vasuki's lair. The serpent, sensing the divine power that radiated from Hanuman, struck fiercely, but Hanuman, undeterred, fought with all his might. The battle raged for what seemed like an eternity. The earth trembled beneath their clash. But Hanuman's resolve was unwavering, his heart full of fire. With a roar that could shake mountains, Hanuman shattered the serpent's grip, breaking the chains that bound the souls of the just. As the souls were freed, the earth itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The world above was safe once more, thanks to Hanuman's bravery. It was a tale that would be told for centuries, a testament to his strength, but more so to his pure heart. Yet, these were not the only adventures that would make Hanuman a name forever etched in the stars. His legend also carried him to the distant lands of the Himalayas, where a sacred temple stood. Within the temple, an ancient relic, a jewel of immense power, was said to grant its bearer the wisdom of the gods themselves. But it had been stolen, hidden away by a band of evil warriors who sought to use its power for their own dark purposes. Without hesitation, Hanuman set off, crossing mountains and rivers with ease. He reached the temple, where the jewel was locked away. But standing in his path were not just mere warriors, these were forces of nature themselves, beings born of shadow and despair. They fought with the fury of a storm, but Hanuman fought with the power of love, of Dharma, of justice. His fists did not just strike the warriors, they struck at the darkness itself, breaking the evil that had taken root in the world. The battle was fierce, but Hanuman emerged victorious, the jewel shining in his grasp like the very sun itself. But he did not keep the jewel for himself. No, he returned it to its rightful place, for he knew that true wisdom lay not in power, but in humility. And there were more adventures, too many to count, each one a testament to Hanuman's courage, strength, and devotion. There was the time he quelled a raging wildfire that threatened to destroy an entire kingdom, not with force, but with the calm and steady hand of someone who understood the power of restraint. Or the time he crossed the great ocean yet again, this time to deliver a message of peace to a distant land. Each of these adventures, no matter how great or small, carried the same truth: Hanuman's heart was bound by the eternal thread of Dharma, and his every action was an offering to that higher cause. And as his story continued to spread across the world, one thing became clear to all who heard it: Hanuman was not just a hero. He was a force of nature. A symbol of unwavering devotion, of strength that knew no bounds, and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is light. The power of Hanuman's heart, his humility, his courage, these things would never fade. His adventures would continue, not just in the epic stories of old, but in the hearts of those who remembered him, who drew strength from his example. For Hanuman's true legacy wasn't just in his mighty deeds, it was in the hearts of those who believed in him, who lived by his example, who let his spirit guide them through their own challenges. And so, the legend of Hanuman, his adventures beyond the Ramayana, would live on, forever. There are moments in life when everything feels like it's slipping away. The world grows silent, the darkness heavy, and the weight of uncertainty settles deep in your chest. It's in these moments, when you feel utterly alone, that something happens. A small flicker of hope. A whisper of courage. A figure, appearing out of nowhere, standing tall and unwavering. A young woman, trembling in the middle of the night, clutched her child to her chest. The storm outside raged with relentless fury, the wind howling like a beast. Inside, the walls seemed to close in, the shadows too deep to escape. She had heard the stories. She had heard of the protector who came to those in desperate need, but it all seemed too distant. A myth. A tale told by elders to calm the restless hearts of children. Yet, tonight, as the storm beat against her home, as her child's cries filled the air, she prayed, quietly, desperately, calling upon Hanuman. A flash of lightning illuminated the room. And then, in the blink of an eye, there he was. Standing before her. Not just a shadow in the storm, but a towering presence, unshaken, unyielding, like the mountain itself. His eyes, glowing with an inner fire, met hers, and suddenly, the fear melted away. The storm outside, which had once seemed like a furious beast, now felt like nothing more than a distant echo. His presence filled the room with warmth and peace. The woman fell to her knees, her heart pounding, but no longer in fear. She did not need to speak. Hanuman already knew. He extended a hand, a reassuring touch, and the storm ceased. The wind stopped howling, the rain softened, and in the stillness, a deep sense of calm settled over her home. She could hardly believe it. She had heard the stories of Hanuman, how he appeared to those in their darkest moments, how he came when all seemed lost. But this was no story. This was real. He was real. There are stories like this, countless stories, of people who have called out in desperation, only to find Hanuman standing before them, a protector in their time of need. He is not bound by time or place. His devotion to those who call upon him knows no bounds. He is the eternal protector, always there, always watching, even when we cannot see him. A man, lost in the midst of an angry mob, found himself backed into a corner. He had no escape. The crowd shouted insults, their eyes filled with rage. Fear gripped him, and for a moment, he thought it was the end. But in the split second before everything turned dark, a figure appeared. Hanuman, like a lion in battle, stood between the man and the crowd. The mob, which had once been so menacing, fell silent in the presence of his unwavering courage. The man's heart, once filled with dread, now burned with a newfound strength. Hanuman's power wasn't just in his strength, it was in the courage he gave to others. In the quiet moments before the battle, it was Hanuman who fought alongside him, empowering him to stand tall. No one knew how Hanuman came. He was not bound by the limitations of the physical world. He simply appeared. He did not come as a hero in the traditional sense. He didn't need to boast or seek recognition. His actions spoke louder than words. And it was in those moments that his devotees felt his presence the most. It wasn't just the miracles. It was the undeniable feeling that, no matter how dark things seemed, Hanuman was always there, waiting to guide them through. A man, once broken by addiction, found himself alone in a room, his mind lost to the chaos of his own thoughts. He had been struggling for years, drowning in a sea of guilt, regret, and self-doubt. But one night, as he sat in the darkness, a sudden warmth enveloped him. He felt a hand on his shoulder, a comforting weight, steady and strong. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. He knew it immediately, Hanuman, the protector, standing beside him once again. In that moment, something shifted. The pain, the guilt, it all faded away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. Hanuman didn't speak, he didn't need to. His presence alone was enough to break the chains that had held the man for so long. And in the silence of that room, the man found the strength to rise. There is a story of a soldier, lost in the heat of battle, surrounded by enemies on all sides. The roar of war deafened his senses, and his mind was clouded with the fear of certain death. But as his strength began to wane, as he prepared to face the end, Hanuman appeared. Not as a figure of force, but as a reminder of the courage that lay within him. The soldier felt his heart quicken, his fear replaced with a fierce determination. It was not just the power of Hanuman's presence that made the difference, it was the reminder that courage is not always the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward despite it. The enemies surrounding the soldier faltered, unsure of the sudden change. And in that moment, Hanuman led him to victory. But it wasn't the victory that mattered. It was the moment he knew, deep in his bones, that he was never alone. There are so many others. Countless individuals who have felt the touch of Hanuman's presence in their darkest hour. His devotion is not limited by time or space, and his protection is not just a gift for the chosen few. He is there for anyone who calls upon him with a pure heart, seeking his strength, his courage, his love. In the darkest moments of life, when hope seems impossible to find, when the weight of the world feels too heavy to bear, Hanuman is there. His presence is not a fleeting thing, it is eternal. His protection, his guidance, his love, they are always within reach, even when we cannot see him. His devotees know this truth deep in their hearts. They know that no matter what life throws at them, Hanuman will be there to light the way. But for all the stories that have been told, there are still countless untold ones, stories of Hanuman appearing in the quietest moments, in the deepest of nights, in the softest whispers of a prayer. Stories of his devotion, his love, his protection. Stories that remind us that, no matter how alone we feel, we are never truly without him. And so, the stories continue, passed down from generation to generation, each one a testament to Hanuman's unwavering love for his devotees. It was a dark night, the kind where the moon hid behind thick clouds and the stars were just a distant memory. The storm had passed, but the weight of the world still hung heavy over him. Rajesh had been struggling for years, battling the invisible forces that seemed to tug at his every move. Life had become a series of misfortunes, financial losses, health problems, and relationships falling apart. It was as if the stars themselves had turned against him. He sat by the window, staring out at the vast, silent sky, wondering why everything seemed to go wrong. Was it fate? Was it the planets that had aligned against him? In his heart, he could feel the pressure building, the sense that something greater than him was at play. He thought of the Navagrahas, the 9 planets that were believed to influence his every move. His friends had spoken of them in whispers, sharing tales of how certain planetary influences could ruin lives or bring blessings, depending on their alignment. But Rajesh wasn't one for superstition. He had always prided himself on being practical. Yet, as the weight of his suffering grew, he found himself calling out, almost without thinking, "Hanuman, please help me." A soft wind blew through the window, stirring the air around him. For a moment, he thought he imagined it. But then, a light, so brilliant, so pure, filled the room, and there, standing tall and strong, was Hanuman. His form radiated with power, his eyes filled with an unyielding calm that pierced through the chaos of Rajesh's mind. Without saying a word, Hanuman reached out his hand, his presence wrapping around Rajesh like a shield. The storm inside Rajesh's heart began to fade, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. Hanuman did not need to speak. His mere presence made everything else fall away, even the influences of the planets that had once seemed so powerful. It wasn't the first time Hanuman had come to his aid. The stories of Hanuman's triumph over the planets, over the forces that dictated fate, were well known. He had faced the mighty gods, the cruel curses, the storms of life itself, and emerged victorious every time. Rajesh had heard the tales, the way Hanuman defeated the influences of the Navagrahas, dispelling their negative effects with his boundless strength and devotion. And now, in this very moment, Rajesh felt it for himself. The Navagrahas were said to control so much: the sun, the moon, the stars. They were believed to hold sway over one's fortune, health, and relationships. When the planets were in unfavorable alignment, it could feel like the world was against you. But Hanuman, the eternal protector, had the power to alter that. He was not bound by the stars, he could rewrite the script of one's fate. As Rajesh stood before Hanuman, he felt the weight of his burdens lift. The planets, once towering giants in his life, now seemed small, insignificant. Hanuman's strength, his devotion, his unwavering presence, these were the true forces that shaped Rajesh's path. "Hanuman, what must I do?" Rajesh whispered, his voice trembling. Hanuman smiled, a knowing look in his eyes. "You have always had the power to overcome, Rajesh. It is not the planets that control you. It is your heart, your devotion, your willingness to rise despite the challenges. The planets may try to influence you, But your inner strength, your connection to the divine, is far more powerful. The words echoed in Rajesh's mind, as though they were written into the very fabric of the universe. It wasn't the planets that had defeated him, it was his own doubts, his fears, his lack of faith. And in that moment, Hanuman's blessing washed over him like a wave, erasing the doubts and replacing them with unwavering faith. Suddenly, Rajesh understood. Hanuman had triumphed over the very forces that had once seemed so powerful. The planets, though vast and mighty, could not stand in the face of true devotion, of love, of faith. Hanuman's blessings were the antidote to the negative influences of the Navagrahas. They were the light that could pierce through any darkness, no matter how thick. With a single glance, Hanuman's gaze seemed to send a wave of energy through Rajesh. The storm inside him calmed, and the weight that had once pressed down on his chest lightened. The stars in the sky outside, once distant and cold, now seemed to shimmer with possibility. It was as though the entire universe had shifted, aligning in a way that felt right. The next day, Rajesh woke up with a new sense of purpose. It was as if the very air around him had changed. He had always believed that the planets controlled his fate, that there was nothing he could do to escape their grasp. But now, he knew better. The planets may have their place in the universe, but they did not have the power to shape his destiny. That power was his, through devotion, through faith, through the blessings of Hanuman. As the days passed, Rajesh found himself facing the same challenges, but with a new perspective. When the weight of the world seemed unbearable, he would close his eyes and remember Hanuman's words. He would call upon him, and with each prayer, he felt stronger, more certain that the planets could no longer dictate his life. They could influence the world around him, but they could not touch his soul. Hanuman's blessing had become his shield. His faith in Hanuman became his armor against the forces of fate, against the planets that once seemed so powerful. It was no longer the Navagrahas that shaped his path, it was his devotion, his connection to the divine. Rajesh was not alone. He had Hanuman, the eternal protector, standing beside him, guiding him through every storm, every challenge, every moment of doubt. And as he walked through life, he carried Hanuman's strength with him. The planets, in all their might, could never touch the power of a heart filled with unwavering devotion. Hanuman's triumph over the planetary influences was not just a story, it was a living truth. In every prayer, in every moment of faith, Hanuman's blessings broke through the chains of fate, turning the impossible into the possible. The Navagrahas could no longer control the hearts of those who called upon him, for Hanuman was the true master of the universe. As Rajesh moved forward, he knew that no matter what the planets threw his way, Hanuman's protection would always be there, a constant presence in his life. And with that knowledge, he walked with his head held high, knowing that the course of his life was now in his own hands, guided by the divine strength of the eternal protector. In the vibrant streets of Bangkok, as the sun dips below the horizon, a delicate sound drifts through the air, the soft tapping of drums, the hum of an ancient melody. Amidst the rush of the modern world, the spirit of something far older stirs. The dance begins, a fluid motion of strength and grace, as a figure, tall and imposing, leaps across the stage, his eyes filled with determination. His name is Hanuman. Across Southeast Asia, Hanuman's story is not just one told in sacred texts, but woven into the very fabric of everyday life. The echoes of his strength, loyalty, and devotion pulse through the streets of Thailand, Indonesia, and Cambodia, where his presence transcends time, culture, and belief. From the grand temples of Angkor Wat to the bustling markets of Jakarta, the monkey god's influence is felt in every corner. In Thailand, where the sky burns bright with the promise of a new day, the tale of Hanuman unfolds in vibrant colors. The Ramayana, Thailand's version of the Ramayana, brings Hanuman to life as a warrior with unparalleled courage, an embodiment of virtue and devotion. In the grand royal court, the tales of his heroic feats are not only told but celebrated in every performance. His figure is immortalized in golden statues, his image etched into murals that tell stories of battles fought and won with unwavering resolve. The people of Thailand do not just see him as a divine figure, they see him as a protector, a symbol of strength that resides within them all. In the heart of the country, in the temples where incense burns and offerings are made, Hanuman's spirit lives on. He is not a distant deity but a living force that protects the land, its people, and its culture. His image, often depicted with his mighty mace and a heart full of devotion, serves as a reminder that no obstacle is too great to overcome. His story is one of resilience, and the people of Thailand take it to heart, passing it from generation to generation. The words of the Ramayana echo in the temples, "The power of devotion is the greatest power of all." In Indonesia, the islands hum with the rhythm of life, and in the shadow of majestic volcanoes, Hanuman's tale takes on a unique shape. Here, in the land of Bali, the wayang kulit, the traditional shadow puppet theater, comes to life in a flurry of movement. The puppeteer's hands create the silhouette of Hanuman, his form larger than life, casting a shadow that dances against the flickering light of the fire. His face, noble and fierce, holds the attention of the audience, who watch in awe as he battles the forces of evil. The people of Bali, and Indonesia as a whole, revere Hanuman not just as a hero of ancient epics, but as a symbol of spiritual resilience. In the dense jungles of Java, where the whispers of ancestors can be heard in the rustling of leaves, Hanuman's image is painted on the walls of temples, his figure towering over all others. In the markets, in the homes, and in the hearts of the people, he is more than just a legend. He is a living presence, a guardian spirit who stands watch over the people. In Indonesia, the Ramayana is not just a tale from the past, but a living, breathing part of the culture. Each year, as the moon rises high over the island, performances of the Ramayana are held, and Hanuman is at the center of it all. His loyalty, courage, and sense of duty to Lord Rama are celebrated with every movement of the dancers, every strum of the gamelan. The battle scenes, full of raw emotion and dramatic tension, bring to life the eternal struggle between good and evil, with Hanuman standing as the unshakable pillar of righteousness. In Cambodia, Hanuman's presence is woven into the very stones of ancient temples. As the sun sets over Angkor Wat, his image stands watch, carved into the walls of temples that have stood for centuries. His strength and bravery are honored in the very architecture, a reminder of his role in the ancient battles of the Ramayana. The Khmer people, too, celebrate Hanuman's spirit, seeing him as not just a warrior but a divine protector who watches over their land. In the heart of Cambodia, in the vibrant streets of Phnom Penh, the echoes of Hanuman's legend can be heard in the songs of children playing in the dust, in the laughter of families gathered around dinner tables, and in the prayers whispered in the temples. His legacy is more than just a myth, it is a living force that shapes the lives of those who believe. Like the towering temples that rise from the earth, Hanuman's spirit is unyielding, a constant reminder that no matter how difficult the journey, there is always hope, always strength to be found. The way Hanuman is depicted across Southeast Asia is a testament to the power of mythology and its ability to transcend borders. In Thailand, Indonesia, and Cambodia, Hanuman is not just a figure from a sacred text. He is a force of nature, a protector, a symbol of the strength that resides within all who call upon his name. His character is not confined to the pages of ancient scriptures, but lives on in the traditions, the dances, the rituals, and the hearts of the people. In each culture, his story is told in its own way, but the core message remains the same. Through loyalty, courage, and devotion, all obstacles can be overcome. Whether in the grand temples of Angkor, the bustling streets of Jakarta, or the serene landscapes of Thailand, Hanuman stands as a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of devotion will guide the way. His figure, painted in brilliant hues, carved into stone, and brought to life in dance, is a constant companion for those who seek his strength. As the drums beat and the puppets dance, as the incense rises and the prayers are whispered, Hanuman's presence fills the air. He is not just a god, not just a figure from a myth. He is a protector, a warrior, a friend, and a guide. And in Southeast Asia, his legend is alive and well, carried on the breath of the people, passed from one generation to the next, reminding all who listen that strength, courage, and devotion are the true forces that shape the world. When the world feels heavy, and the body weary, a single thought rises from the depths of the soul: if only I had the strength to endure, to conquer. The weight of exhaustion seems unbearable, and yet, Just when it feels like giving up is the only option, a spark of something powerful stirs within. This is the moment when the legend of Hanuman floods the mind, a force unlike any other. He is the embodiment of raw, unstoppable strength. And it is in the most testing moments of life, when the body and spirit falter, that his influence emerges, guiding warriors, wrestlers, and yogis alike to push beyond what they believed was possible. In the arena, under the heat of battle, the warriors draw upon Hanuman's strength. The clash of swords and the roar of battle might seem overwhelming, but there, standing amidst it all, is Hanuman's spirit, sturdy, fearless, and resolute. His stories of unimaginable feats, leaping across vast oceans, lifting mountains, and facing fearsome enemies, remind every warrior that the limits of their own power are far beyond what they perceive. When their breath is heavy, and their limbs sore, it is his courage that fills them with the will to continue. They can feel it, the pulse of his strength surging through their veins, urging them onward, as if Hanuman himself is standing beside them, guiding their every move. Each strike, each parry becomes a testament to his unwavering will, his refusal to yield, even in the face of impossible odds. The weight of armor, the clash of shields, and the pounding of their hearts become nothing compared to the indomitable resolve that Hanuman grants them. They move faster, stronger, with a force they never knew they possessed, and somewhere deep inside, they know it is because of Hanuman. In the midst of the chaos, they hear his roar in the very air, an invisible call to action: push forward. You are stronger than you think. On the wrestling mats, the warriors of the body turn to Hanuman in their moments of doubt. Each grapple, each struggle is a battle to prove one's own strength. But there, in the silence before a match, they whisper his name, Hanuman, invoking his power. For a moment, they are no longer just themselves, but an extension of the divine force that surged through his limbs as he wrestled demons and defeated evil. When their muscles strain and their bodies burn, it is his power they call upon. In the quiet tension before the first move, they feel his energy, steady and relentless, fill their bodies. Their strength becomes limitless, their spirit unshakable. When they fall, they rise again. For Hanuman does not know defeat. As their opponents struggle beneath them, they know that the key to victory is not brute strength alone. It is the will to endure, to stand tall no matter how many times they are knocked down. And with Hanuman in their hearts, they know they can keep rising. Their arms and legs may ache, but Hanuman's spirit in them gives them the power to fight on. In those moments of victory, when they pin their opponents to the ground, it's not just the victory of the body, it's the victory of Hanuman's will to never give up, to rise above all adversities, to be unyielding, unstoppable. But the influence of Hanuman extends beyond the battlefield. In the quiet spaces, where the world seems to slow down and the search for inner peace becomes paramount, Hanuman's power is just as palpable. For the yogis who strive for higher realms of spiritual awakening, it is his energy that fuels their pursuit. When the body is fatigued, and the mind drifts toward distraction, it is his example of devotion and focus that pulls them back, reminding them of the true strength that lies not in the muscles, but in the mind and heart. Hanuman is not just a figure of strength in the physical world, he is the strength within the spirit, the will to push beyond the self-imposed limitations of the body. Every breath taken during meditation, every posture held, becomes an act of devotion. His example of unwavering focus, his discipline, and his deep connection to his own divine purpose serve as a guide for the yogis. Through the discipline of their practice, they seek not just strength but enlightenment, and it is through Hanuman's example that they learn the balance between power and peace. Even when the mind wavers, when doubts cloud the path, Hanuman's unwavering devotion to Lord Rama calls them back. He was never distracted, never diverted from his mission, no matter how great the challenge. When the yogis face their own trials, moments where it feels impossible to continue, the memory of Hanuman's undying commitment and strength lifts them. It's as though his spirit is there in every posture, guiding them, supporting them, helping them break through the barriers that keep them from their true potential. In every asana, in every breath, Hanuman is there, the embodiment of the inner warrior that refuses to be subdued. When the body falters and the mind feels lost, there is one truth that cannot be denied: Hanuman is the ultimate symbol of strength. Not the kind of strength that comes from physical power alone, but the strength that arises from within, the strength to stand tall in the face of adversity, to rise after every fall, to keep moving forward when every part of you screams to stop. Whether you are a warrior in the midst of battle, a wrestler caught in the struggle of the mat, or a yogi searching for inner peace, Hanuman's presence is felt in every breath, every movement. His power is not distant. It is within each of us. And when it feels like all hope is lost, when every ounce of energy has been spent, when the last breath has been drawn in a struggle, there is one final truth to hold on to: Hanuman's strength is limitless, and it is always available to those who call upon him. He is the guardian of resilience, the eternal protector of strength, pushing those who are brave enough to seek him to reach higher, strive harder, and be more than they ever thought they could be. The moment Hanuman leaps into the sky, it's not just his body that propels him, it's the very essence of the universe that pushes him forward. A god who defies the laws of nature, breaking through the limits of what is possible, Hanuman is not just a physical force. He is the embodiment of an eternal power that is as boundless as the stars. What if you could tap into that same force? What if you, too, could possess the power to transcend the ordinary, to rise above the mundane struggles of life, and soar to unimaginable heights? For Hanuman, every move, every leap, every act of strength is an expression of his celestial powers, a harmony between his physical, mental, and spiritual attributes that set him apart. His body, a perfect vessel of divine energy, is built for feats that seem impossible. Yet, it is not just his physical form that is extraordinary. His mind is a sharp blade, unclouded by doubt, focused entirely on his purpose. His spirit, immense, pure, and undying, guides him through every trial, every challenge. He is not just a warrior, he is the perfect synthesis of mind, body, and soul, a divine being who showcases the infinite potential of the human spirit when aligned with the universe's deepest truths. In every flex of his muscles, and every act of strength, Hanuman showcases the boundless nature of his celestial abilities. He is no ordinary being. His body itself is made of the finest divine elements, an indestructible force that cannot be harmed. It's as if the very air around him hums with energy when he leaps from mountain to mountain, his speed and strength defying all reason. His physical form is a reflection of the divine power that flows through him, a reminder that when the universe itself imbues a being with limitless potential, that being can accomplish feats that challenge the laws of nature. Hanuman's body is not just a vessel, it is the perfect instrument of divine will. But Hanuman's true strength isn't only in his muscles. It's in his mind. When others falter in fear or doubt, Hanuman stands unwavering, his resolve as unshakable as a mountain. His mental clarity is unmatched, his mind sharp as a blade, his focus unbreakable. He can move with purpose in a world filled with distractions, his thoughts never swayed by anything other than his duty. It's this mental strength that enables him to lift mountains, cross oceans, and face demons. His mind is a fortress, untouched by the chaos that often clouds human thoughts. For Hanuman, there is no room for hesitation, no space for fear or doubt. His purpose, his mission, is all that matters. And that singular focus gives him the ability to conquer the impossible. But there is one thing that sets Hanuman apart from every other being in the universe: his spirit. His heart beats with the energy of the cosmos itself. Pure devotion, unwavering faith, and boundless love, these are the driving forces behind his every action. Hanuman's spirit is unyielding, unbreakable, and eternal. It is a flame that burns with divine energy, fueling him in every moment, pushing him forward even when the world tells him to stop. His devotion to Lord Rama is a reflection of his own unwavering belief in righteousness, in the power of good over evil, and in the limitless possibilities that arise when the soul aligns with the divine. Hanuman's spiritual strength is perhaps the most powerful of all. His soul is pure, untouched by ego or arrogance, and it is this humility that gives him his strength. He does not seek glory or fame, his only desire is to serve, to protect, and to fight for righteousness. His devotion to Lord Rama is the key that unlocks his true potential. Through his service, he attains a kind of power that is beyond human comprehension. spiritual power that allows him to transcend the physical limitations of the world and tap into the infinite power of the cosmos. It is through his devotion that Hanuman becomes more than a mere god. He becomes a living embodiment of divine love, strength, and wisdom. It is through the perfect harmony of body, mind, and spirit that Hanuman is able to accomplish the impossible. His celestial powers are not limited to his strength or speed. His mind is a sharp instrument of divine will, his body a reflection of cosmic energy, and his spirit an unshakable force that propels him toward his ultimate goal. And it is this perfect alignment with the universe's deepest truths that gives Hanuman the ability to perform miracles, to leap across oceans, to carry mountains, to face the darkest of demons and emerge victorious. When Hanuman stands before the forces of evil, it is not just his physical might that carries him through. It is his clarity of mind, his unwavering devotion, and his purity of heart that make him an unstoppable force. In a world filled with distractions and doubts, Hanuman's clarity and focus are a shining example of what can be achieved when the mind is in alignment with the divine. He is the embodiment of strength in every sense, physical, mental, and spiritual, and his power comes not from one attribute alone, but from the perfect balance of them all. For Hanuman, there are no limits, no obstacles too great, no mountains too high, no oceans too vast. He is a force of nature, a being who embodies the full potential of what it means to be human when aligned with the divine. His celestial powers are a reminder to all that when we combine strength with wisdom, devotion with purpose, we too can rise above the limitations of the world around us. Hanuman's example calls us to reach beyond what we believe is possible, to strive for greatness in every aspect of our lives. For when we tap into our own celestial powers, we can achieve the impossible and soar to heights we never thought possible. There's a moment in every great story when you feel the weight of true devotion, when a heart opens so completely that it becomes one with its purpose. Hanuman's devotion to Lord Rama is not just a story, it's an experience, one that stirs something deep inside, something we all recognize but may never fully understand. A moment when the lines between servant and master blur, and what's left is pure, selfless love, a love so strong it transcends time, space, and all understanding. Imagine the moment Hanuman is asked to bring back the life-saving herb for Lord Rama's brother, Lakshmana. With no thought of himself, no hesitation, no pride, he carries an entire mountain in his hand. His only thought is that his lord must be served. The very essence of Hanuman lies in this act. It's not in the strength to carry the mountain, but in the heart that says, "I will do whatever is needed, no matter the cost." In this simple act of devotion, Hanuman's selflessness radiates outward. There is no desire for glory or recognition. No desire for fame or praise. In fact, it is in his humility that his power truly lies. To be great, he understands, is not to seek greatness. It is to serve without asking anything in return. He does not desire rewards for his actions. He does not demand anything from those he helps. His only wish is to fulfill the will of his Lord, to protect and serve with all his heart. Even in the face of unimaginable obstacles, Hanuman never wavers in his devotion. When he is sent to Lanka to find Sita, his unwavering faith guides him through every challenge. The journey is long, fraught with dangers, yet Hanuman remains undeterred. He doesn't question the mission. He doesn't wonder if it's too much for him. He simply steps forward, knowing that his purpose is to serve. And serve he does. Every act, every step, is done in pure love, pure devotion. When he finally finds Sita, he doesn't boast of his strength or power. He doesn't demand that she recognize him. Instead, he humbly offers her the message of Rama, his Lord. He holds nothing back, not his strength, not his love, not his humility. And in that moment, he embodies devotion in its purest form. This humility is not born out of weakness, but out of strength. It is the strength to put others before oneself, to submit to the greater good, and to know that true power comes from love, not ego. Hanuman never places himself above others. His devotion is not about seeking praise, it is about seeking the good of those he serves. It's in his humility that he becomes one with his Lord, for in true devotion, there is no self, only the desire to fulfill the will of the divine. There are no pretenses in Hanuman. He does not wear the cloak of pride. He does not seek to prove himself. His every action is done without expectation, without a desire for recognition. His humility is not for show, it is his essence. To be humble is to let go of the ego, and Hanuman has no need for it. In his humility, he achieves what most of us can only dream of, union with the divine. When Hanuman fights against the forces of evil, it is not for glory. It is not for victory. It is simply because it is his duty. His fight is for righteousness, for the greater good, for the protection of those who cannot protect themselves. He faces every challenge with a heart full of devotion, knowing that in his service, he serves a greater purpose. His power comes not from his strength, but from his devotion to Lord Rama, his unwavering love, and his understanding that true devotion is the greatest form of strength. But devotion, in its truest form, is not always easy. It requires sacrifice, surrender, and sometimes it asks for more than we feel we can give. Hanuman understands this better than anyone. His devotion to Lord Rama is not without struggle. But even in his moments of challenge, when he is faced with his own limitations, he does not falter. He knows that devotion is not about being perfect. It is about being willing to give everything, even when it seems impossible. At the heart of Hanuman's devotion lies an understanding. True love is not about what you receive, but what you give. He asks for nothing, seeks nothing, and desires nothing for himself. His heart belongs entirely to Lord Rama, and in that devotion, he finds his greatest power. It is through this selfless love that Hanuman's strength becomes limitless, his courage boundless. In giving himself entirely to Lord Rama, Hanuman finds a strength greater than any physical power could ever provide. His devotion becomes the source of his power, the very thing that allows him to perform miracles, to move mountains, to leap across oceans. What if we, too, could live with such devotion? What if we could embody that pure, selfless love that asks for nothing, but gives everything? What if we could let go of our own pride and ego and offer ourselves fully to the service of others, to the greater good? In that moment of true devotion, we, too, would tap into a power greater than ourselves. We would discover the strength to face any challenge, to overcome any obstacle, and to live a life of purpose and meaning. Hanuman's devotion is not a story of a distant past. It is a living truth, one that transcends time and place. His humility, his selflessness, his unwavering love, these are the qualities that can guide us today. In a world where we often seek validation, recognition, and praise, Hanuman reminds us of the power of giving without expectation, of loving without condition. He teaches us that true strength comes not from what we can take, but from what we can give. In that surrender, in that devotion, we find our highest self, our greatest strength. There's something extraordinary about walking into a temple dedicated to Hanuman. The air feels heavier, charged with energy, as if the very stones beneath your feet are humming with a timeless power. In these sacred spaces, devotion lingers in the air, wrapped in prayers, incense, and the reverberating sound of the bells. People come from far and wide, their hearts heavy with their own burdens, seeking the comfort and protection of Hanuman, the eternal protector. With every step, you can almost feel the presence of this mighty figure, as if his strength and devotion are woven into the fabric of the temple itself. Take, for instance, the Sankatmohan Hanuman temple in Varanasi. It stands as a testament to the power of faith. Nestled on the banks of the Ganges, this temple sees millions of pilgrims each year. There, in the heart of the city, you can hear the chants of Jai Hanuman echoing through the air, filling the streets and hearts of those who seek solace. Pilgrims come not only for spiritual reasons, but also to find physical and emotional healing. They come to this sacred ground hoping that Hanuman will grant them strength in their struggles, peace in their turmoil. And as you enter, you feel the unspoken promise that your troubles will be met with his boundless grace. In the Hanuman Garhi temple in Ayodhya, the scene shifts. The temple sits atop a hill, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. It is said that this was the place where Hanuman himself took rest after completing his mission to rescue Sita from Lanka. The very ground feels blessed, a place where countless souls have come in search of Hanuman's protection. The air is thick with devotion as people climb the steep steps to reach the temple, each step a small victory in their personal battle. They ascend not just to a temple but to a deeper connection with the divine. And then there is the Mahavir Mandir in Patna, one of the most famous and revered Hanuman temples in India. Every year, on Hanuman Jayanti, the temple is filled to the brim with devotees who stand in long lines, eager to receive Hanuman's blessings. Here, Hanuman is not just a figure of mythology but a real presence. The devotees, young and old, chant his name with such fervor that it feels as though their very souls are calling out to him. The energy in this place is palpable. People come with hopes, prayers, and dreams, and as they offer their devotion, there is an overwhelming sense that Hanuman listens, that he is with them in their struggle, guiding them, helping them find strength they never knew they had. The Jakku Temple in Shimla, nestled in the scenic Himalayan foothills, offers yet another breathtaking glimpse into the divine world of Hanuman. With a towering statue of Hanuman, the temple overlooks the city. The peaceful surroundings amplify the temple's tranquility. Visitors who make the difficult trek up the steep hill are met with the sight of Hanuman's magnificent statue standing tall, as if watching over the entire town. It's as though Hanuman himself has wrapped his arms around the city, keeping it safe. In the calm silence of the temple, there is a profound sense of stillness. Here, devotees come for solace and for answers to their deepest questions, and they leave feeling lighter, as though Hanuman has carried their burdens for them. In Kolkata, the Hanuman Mandir has a special place in the hearts of those who visit. The temple is nestled within the busy streets, surrounded by the energy of the city. Yet, within the temple's walls, there is an undeniable sense of calm. The devotees, lost in their prayers, chant with such sincerity, and the walls seem to absorb their hopes and fears. This temple is a sanctuary for people who are seeking something more, something beyond the chaos of everyday life. As you walk through the temple, it's impossible not to feel that you are in the presence of a being who understands human suffering, who has witnessed the highs and lows of life and remains ever steadfast in his love. Not all of Hanuman's temples are in India. In fact, some of the most touching temples dedicated to him are found far beyond the subcontinent, across the world, where his devotion touches hearts in ways words can't explain. The Sri Hanuman Temple in San Diego, California, is one of them. As soon as you step onto the grounds, you can feel the warmth of the temple, its open arms offering refuge to those in need. Here, Hanuman is not just a symbol of strength, he is the embodiment of love, a constant presence in the lives of devotees who come from all walks of life. It is a reminder that Hanuman's protection is not limited to a particular place, it extends across oceans, across borders, and into the hearts of all who call on him. The Sri Hanuman Temple in New York City, nestled amidst the hustle and bustle of the urban landscape, offers something equally profound. Amidst the cacophony of life in one of the world's busiest cities, Hanuman's presence is a beacon of hope. The temple stands as a testament to the fact that no matter how busy or noisy the world becomes, there is always a place where one can go to find peace, to find solace in the divine. The temple's devotees come not just for physical well-being, but for mental and spiritual rejuvenation. Hanuman, with his boundless energy, embodies the power to rise above life's challenges, no matter how overwhelming they may seem. And then there is Hanuman Temple in London, where the English and Indian communities come together, united in their shared devotion to the monkey god. The temple radiates warmth, as people from different walks of life come to pray, to give thanks, and to seek Hanuman's blessings. Here, the feeling is one of unity, of love shared between people from all cultures and backgrounds. Hanuman's power to unite is evident in the way people of all faiths find solace in his presence. Each of these temples, whether in the heart of India or across the world, stands as a living testament to the power of devotion. They are more than just buildings made of stone and brick. They are places where the divine is made tangible, where the air itself seems to vibrate with the energy of Hanuman's love and protection. The very act of stepping into these spaces invites a deep connection to the heart of devotion, a connection that goes beyond the rituals, beyond the prayers, and straight into the soul. It's here that Hanuman's energy is felt, and in that sacred space, each devotee can find a refuge from the storms of life, a place where they are safe, loved, and eternally protected. As the first line of the Hanuman Chalisa is spoken aloud, something shifts. The world seems to grow quieter, as though even nature itself pauses to listen. Sri Guru Charan Saroj Raj, the words, simple and ancient, carry a weight that is both comforting and profound. They rise from the heart, not just the lips, drawing something out of the soul, a yearning, a surrender, a faith that cannot be shaken. Each syllable is a thread, weaving a connection between the devotee and the divine, between the seeker and the protector. There is something inexplicable about the Hanuman Chalisa. It doesn't merely sit on the tongue, it resonates in the very marrow of your bones. It is said that when Tulsidas penned these 40 verses, he wasn't just writing them. He was pouring out a love so absolute, so selfless, that the words became alive with the very essence of Hanuman himself. And it shows. Devotees who recite it daily will tell you how its power isn't just in the words, but in the experience it creates, the way it wraps around you like an unseen shield, soft yet impenetrable, calming yet fierce. For many, the Hanuman Chalisa is the first prayer they ever learn, its rhythm etched into their childhood. Imagine the voice of an elder in a quiet home, softly chanting it at dawn. The scent of burning camphor fills the air, mixing with the faint orange hues of the rising sun. In those moments, it feels like the world is being reset, washed clean by the purity of devotion. These verses are not just words, they are an anchor, a lighthouse for souls tossed in the storms of life. And yet, the Chalisa is not simply a hymn for peace, it is a battle cry. Recited in times of fear, sorrow, or confusion, it becomes a weapon, a shield, a beacon of hope. It is said that even the most malevolent forces tremble at its sound, for the Chalisa invokes Hanuman in all his glory, his boundless strength, his unwavering loyalty, his infinite grace. When you speak the words, you are not alone. Hanuman stands beside you, his mace in hand, ready to face any darkness on your behalf. Across India, the recitation of the Chalisa takes on a life of its own. In temples, it is sung in unison, the voices of hundreds blending together, creating a wave of devotion that seems to ripple out into the cosmos. The energy is palpable, almost electric. The sound of the verses fills every corner, spilling out into the streets, carried by the wind. Passers-by pause, drawn to the invisible force that seems to emanate from the congregation. Tears often fall, unbidden, not from sadness but from the sheer intensity of the connection to something far greater than oneself. In small villages, where life moves at a slower pace, the Hanuman Chalisa is a lifeline. Farmers chant it before stepping into their fields, mothers sing it softly as they rock their children to sleep, and elders whisper it during their evening prayers. In these humble settings, the Chalisa isn't just a prayer, it is life itself, a constant reminder that no matter how hard the day may be, there is always strength to be found in faith. But the Chalisa is not alone in its power. There are countless other hymns and chants dedicated to Hanuman, each carrying its own unique vibration, its own essence of devotion. The Bajrang Baan, for instance, is a hymn of fire. Reciting it feels like invoking a storm. It is filled with raw energy, calling on Hanuman to strike down obstacles and protect with a force that is both fierce and loving. Devotees often turn to it when they feel trapped, when life seems insurmountable, and they need the courage to face their battles head-on. Then there are the softer chants, like the Hanuman Ashtak. Its verses flow like a river, soothing the soul even as they remind the listener of Hanuman's boundless virtues. Reciting the Ashtak feels like being held in a warm embrace, a reminder that no matter how far you stray, Hanuman's love is always there, waiting to guide you home. Each of these hymns, whether fiery or tender, carries the same unshakable truth: Hanuman's love is selfless, his strength infinite, and his protection unwavering. When you chant them, you are not just speaking, you are calling out to a force that has stood the test of time, a force that has been a beacon of hope for millions. The beauty of these hymns is that they do not discriminate. Whether you are a child or an elder, rich or poor, learned or unlettered, their power is the same. They meet you where you are, in whatever state you find yourself, broken, joyful, lost, or found. And as you recite them, you begin to feel something shift within you. It is as if the weight of the world grows lighter, as if the chains that hold you down begin to loosen, one link at a time. There are stories, countless stories, of people who have found miracles through these hymns. A mother who recited the Chalisa for her ailing child and found him healed. A young man who chanted the Bajrang Baan during a time of great fear and emerged unscathed. An elder who sang the Ashtak every evening and found peace in the twilight of his life. These are not just tales, they are testaments to the living power of devotion, to the unbreakable bond between Hanuman and those who call on him. And yet, the true magic of these hymns is not in the miracles they bring, but in the transformation they inspire. With every chant, with every verse, they teach humility, courage, and faith. They remind you of what it means to be human, not perfect, but striving, always striving, with Hanuman as your guide and protector. The sound of the bells rings out again, signaling the start of the evening arti. As the priest begins to chant the Chalisa, the congregation joins in, their voices rising together, a tide of devotion that knows no bounds. The flickering flames of the lamps cast shadows on the walls, but in the hearts of the devotees, there is only light. And as the final words are spoken, there is a silence, profound and full, as if even the universe is bowing to the greatness of the one they call Bajrangabali. The streets were quiet, the kind of stillness that feels heavier than silence. Somewhere in the shadows, fear lingered, a fear that modern lights and walls cannot keep away. A man stood alone, clutching a small Hanuman idol in his trembling hands. The whispers of the world had become deafening to him, the weight of unspoken battles crushing his spirit. He closed his eyes, his lips moving in silent prayer. And then, something shifted, not in the room, but within him. His shoulders straightened, his breath steadied, and an unexplainable strength surged through his heart. He was not alone. He never had been. In a time when the world feels fractured, where the darkness isn't just outside but within, Hanuman stands as an unshakable force of protection. He is not a relic of the past or a distant figure bound to temple walls. He is here, as present as the air we breathe, watching over those who call his name. His promise is simple yet profound, to protect, to guide, and to never abandon his devotees, no matter how heavy the storms of life may be. Kali Yuga, they say, is the age of chaos. It is the time when truth struggles to rise above deceit, when the soul feels trapped in endless cycles of pain and doubt. And yet, it is in this very chaos that Hanuman's presence becomes most powerful. He does not shy away from darkness. Instead, he steps into it, his mace glowing with an unearthly light, ready to shatter the chains of despair. In homes where prayers are whispered late into the night, Hanuman's name is often the first to be called. Parents pray to him for the safety of their children, workers invoke him as they step into uncertain days, and students chant his name for clarity of mind. His image, strong, compassionate, and unyielding, becomes more than a symbol. It is a promise that no matter how fierce the storm, his protection will hold. There are stories told in hushed tones, of lives saved in miraculous ways, of dangers averted when all hope seemed lost. A woman traveling alone in the dead of night, her car breaking down on an empty road, felt an unexplainable calm as she remembered Hanuman's name. A child lost in the chaos of a crowded festival was found unharmed, clutching a small Hanuman pendant. These moments, these glimmers of divine intervention, are whispered not as mere coincidences but as proof of a protector who never sleeps. But Hanuman's protection is not just about shielding from physical harm. It is deeper, more profound. In the modern world, where the battles are often invisible, fought within the mind and heart, his strength becomes a lifeline. Anxiety, despair, and loneliness may not take the form of demons, but they are battles nonetheless. And for these battles, Hanuman's presence is a balm. He lends courage to the timid, hope to the despairing, and strength to the weary. His relevance in Kali Yuga isn't limited to grand miracles or extraordinary events. It is in the everyday moments where faith flickers like a candle in the wind. The student battling self-doubt before an important exam whispers his name. The single parent struggling to make ends meet places a Hanuman idol on their modest altar. The elderly, left alone in a rapidly changing world, find comfort in his hymns. Hanuman does not require grand gestures or elaborate rituals. He listens to the simplest of prayers, spoken from the depths of the heart. The modern age, with all its advancements, has not diminished the relevance of faith. If anything, it has made it more necessary. In a world where human connections often feel fleeting and fragile, Hanuman's unwavering loyalty serves as a reminder of what true devotion looks like. His love is unconditional, his protection unwavering. He is the friend who never falters, the guardian who never tires, the warrior who fights battles you don't even see. When doubt clouds the mind, when the weight of life feels unbearable, Hanuman's presence can be felt in the smallest of signs. The flutter of a temple flag in the breeze, the sound of the Hanuman Chalisa playing softly in the background, the image of his strong yet gentle face, each of these becomes a reminder that no one walks alone. His strength flows through those who call upon him, not as a fleeting moment of courage, but as an enduring shield. For those lost in the shadows of this chaotic age, Hanuman offers not just protection but transformation. His presence doesn't merely shield from harm, it ignites a fire within. A fire of faith, of resilience, of an unshakable belief that no matter how dark the night, dawn will come. In invoking his name, you invoke your own hidden strength. In trusting his protection, you find the courage to face even the fiercest storms. The world continues to spin, its challenges shifting with each passing moment, but Hanuman remains constant. His relevance in Kali Yuga is not bound by time or circumstance. It is timeless, as eternal as the love and loyalty that define him. For those who believe, his protection is not a hope but a certainty. He stands, ever watchful, ever ready, his mace a symbol of power, his heart a sanctuary of compassion. And in the darkest moments, when all seems lost, his whisper echoes through the soul, "I am here." The battlefield was silent, but not with peace. It was the kind of silence that sits heavy in the air, just before the clash of swords. On one side stood forces driven by greed and ambition, their eyes blinded by arrogance. On the other side, there was fear, trembling hearts, and voices uncertain of their strength. Amidst this chaos, a figure emerged, not in armor of gold, but in the radiance of unwavering purpose. Hanuman, the guardian of righteousness, stood tall, his presence itself a force that bent even the most stubborn winds. He did not carry the weight of armies, he carried the weight of Dharma. Hanuman's life has never been about himself. Every act, every thought, every breath has been for the greater good, for the upholding of what is right. His service to Lord Rama was not blind obedience, it was the embodiment of Dharma itself, selfless, courageous, and unwavering. But what truly makes Hanuman's role extraordinary is his ability to step into the storms of chaos and bring clarity, even when the odds seem insurmountable. In every moment of his story, Hanuman does not merely fight battles, he restores balance. When Ravana, blinded by power, disrupted the natural order, it was Hanuman who crossed the sea, not to conquer, but to bring light where darkness reigned. He did not strike first, he gave chances, offered peace, and only acted when Dharma required him to. His strength was not in his fists, but in his understanding of justice. When the time came to fight, he fought not for revenge, but to protect the innocent and preserve the sacred thread of righteousness. In a world torn by deceit and betrayal, Hanuman's role becomes even more crucial. He stands not as a warrior of destruction, but as a protector of balance. His Dharma is not just about following rules, it is about understanding the essence of truth and acting upon it, no matter how daunting the challenge. When the weak are trampled, when the innocent cry out for justice, Hanuman hears them. His actions are swift, his resolve unbreakable. He does not question if the odds are against him, he simply acts, because protecting Dharma is not a choice for him, it is his very nature. There is a timelessness to Hanuman's role in Dharma. He does not belong to one age, one story, or one battlefield. His essence transcends time, flowing through the hearts of those who stand for what is right, even when it is difficult. When injustice rears its head, it is Hanuman's spirit that awakens within us, the courage to speak, the strength to act, the wisdom to choose the path of righteousness over comfort. Even in moments of quiet, Hanuman's role in Dharma shines. He is the unseen hand that guides the lost, the quiet whisper that strengthens the wavering. His presence can be felt not just in grand acts of heroism, but in the simple yet profound moments of life, a mother shielding her child, a friend standing up for another, a stranger offering kindness to someone in need. In all these acts, there is a spark of Hanuman, a reminder that Dharma is not an abstract concept, but a living, breathing force. His protection of Dharma is not confined to battles against demons. He fights the subtler battles too, the ones within the human heart. The battle between selfishness and compassion, between doubt and faith, between fear and courage. Hanuman's presence is the strength that tips the scales towards light, even when darkness threatens to consume everything. It is his unwavering loyalty to Dharma that reminds us that even in the smallest choices, the essence of righteousness matters. When Hanuman carries the mountain of herbs to save Lakshmana, it is more than a story of strength. It is a testament to his unyielding commitment to Dharma. He does not hesitate, does not doubt. He simply acts, knowing that the life of one righteous soul could change the course of an entire war. In that single act, he teaches us that righteousness is not always about grand declarations. Sometimes, it is about doing what needs to be done, with humility and love. In the modern age, where the lines between right and wrong often blur, Hanuman's role in Dharma feels more vital than ever. He is not bound by the constraints of time or space. His energy flows wherever there is a need for justice, wherever there are people struggling to uphold what is true and just. His Dharma is not rigid, it evolves, adapts, and stands firm against the ever-changing faces of injustice. Hanuman's essence is not limited to protecting Dharma, it is about inspiring it within us. He does not fight our battles for us, but gives us the strength to fight them ourselves. His role is not to solve every problem, but to show us that no problem is too great when faced with courage and faith. In every act of selflessness, and every choice made with integrity, Hanuman's spirit lives on. As the night falls and the world pauses, Hanuman does not rest. He stands watch, his gaze steady, his resolve unwavering. For him, protecting Dharma is not a duty, it is who he is. And in that silent vigil, there is a promise that no matter how fierce the storm, how long the night, Dharma will endure. It will endure because Hanuman endures. Because those who believe in righteousness endure. And through them, his role in Dharma continues, lighting the path for generations to come. The moonlight bathed the forest in a silvery glow, casting shadows that danced across the earth. In the midst of this serene wilderness, a lone figure knelt. Hanuman's palms were pressed together, his eyes closed, his heart ablaze with a love so pure, so complete, that even the stars seemed to pause to witness it. His every breath was a hymn, every heartbeat a chant of devotion. This was not mere prayer. It was surrender. It was the kind of love that could move mountains, that could transcend lifetimes. Hanuman did not worship Rama out of fear or obligation. His devotion was born of an unshakable bond, a love that had no demands, no expectations. He was not a servant bound by duty, he was a soul that found its ultimate joy in the divine. His life is not a story of miracles or battles, it is a testament to the power of bhakti, the path of love and surrender. In his unwavering devotion, Hanuman teaches a lesson that words alone cannot convey. Bhakti is not about asking for favors or seeking rewards. It is about giving everything, your fears, your desires, your very existence, into the hands of the divine, trusting with every fiber of your being that you are held, that you are loved. Hanuman's devotion was so complete that he forgot himself entirely. He existed not for his own glory, but for the joy of serving Rama, for the ecstasy of being a part of something infinitely greater than himself. When Hanuman leapt across the ocean to find Sita, it was not his strength or intelligence that carried him, it was his love. Every step he took, every obstacle he overcame, was fueled by a single thought: Rama's mission must succeed. It was not a task he performed out of duty, it was an act of pure, unselfish love. In that leap, there was no doubt, no hesitation. His faith was his wings, his devotion the wind beneath them. What makes Hanuman's path so extraordinary is its simplicity. He shows us that bhakti does not require grand rituals or profound knowledge. It requires only the heart, a heart willing to trust, to love without conditions. In a world that often values complexity, Hanuman's devotion reminds us that the greatest truths are the simplest ones. His love was not confined to words or rituals, it was alive in every action. When he stood before Rama, his chest bare, revealing the divine image etched onto his heart, it was more than a miracle. It was a message. He was saying, "You are not outside of me. You are my very essence. My existence is meaningless without you." This was not a display of power, it was the ultimate expression of surrender. Hanuman's devotion is not bound by time or space. It reaches across centuries, touching the hearts of those who seek the divine, who long for a connection that transcends the material world. His story whispers to us in moments of doubt, reminding us that love is the path, the guide, and the destination. Bhakti, as Hanuman shows us, is not about losing yourself, it is about finding yourself in the divine. It is about realizing that you are not separate from the source of all love, all light. Hanuman did not see himself as a servant below Rama, he saw himself as a part of Rama, inseparable and eternal. In that realization, there is a freedom that cannot be explained, only felt. Even in moments of great challenges, Hanuman's faith never wavered. When he carried the mountain of herbs, he did not stop to question his ability or the enormity of the task. His only thought was, "What can I do for my Lord?" That thought was his strength, his clarity, his purpose. His devotion transformed the impossible into the inevitable. Hanuman teaches us that love is not weak, it is the greatest strength. Surrender is not defeat, it is the ultimate victory. In letting go of ego, of the need to control, he gained a power that no force could challenge. His devotion was not a chain, it was his liberation. And yet, his love was not just for Rama, it was for all creation. In serving the divine, he served the world. His heart, so full of love for Rama, overflowed to everyone and everything he encountered. He shows us that true bhakti is not limited to one form or one name. It is a universal love, a love that sees the divine in all beings, in all moments. Unshaken. It is said that he still roams the earth, listening to the calls of those who seek him, offering his strength, his wisdom, his unwavering love. His presence is not bound to temples or scriptures, it is alive in the hearts of those who walk the path of love and surrender. In every prayer whispered in solitude, and every act of kindness performed with a pure heart, Hanuman's spirit lives on. He is the reminder that no matter how dark the night, no matter how heavy the burden, love is the light that guides us home. And just as Hanuman continues to serve, his story flows into the next, an endless thread of devotion that connects us all. It is said that if you close your eyes and call out to him with a heart full of faith, he will hear you. Somewhere, in the vastness of this world, beneath ancient trees or amidst temple bells, Hanuman listens. He listens not as a memory, not as a legend, but as a living presence, an immortal force whose essence pulses with the rhythm of this earth. They say he walks among us, unseen but never absent. In the quiet corners of the world, where devotion blooms in whispers, Hanuman remains. His immortality is not bound by time or decay. It is not a gift or a curse, it is a promise to stand by those who need him, to protect, to guide, and to uplift. The stories echo through the ages, each one alive with awe. A lone traveler lost in the wilderness, calling for help as the night swallows the path. A young child in tears, pleading for safety during a storm. A devotee, trembling under the weight of life's sorrows, murmuring the name of Hanuman. And then, like the dawn breaking through the darkest hour, something shifts. A gentle wind stirs, carrying a warmth that feels like hope itself. It is in these moments that his presence is felt, not in grand displays of power, but in the smallest miracles that remind us we are not alone. Hanuman's immortality is not just a physical existence, it is a living connection, a bridge between the human heart and the divine. Legends speak of those who have seen him, not in visions, but in reality. A shadow that moves with impossible speed. A figure of immense strength, disappearing into the horizon. A fleeting glimpse of eyes that hold the wisdom of eternity. Those who encounter him are left transformed, their doubts burned away by the fire of his presence. Some say he resides in the deep forests, where the ancient trees guard his secret. Others believe he dwells near temples, his invisible form blending with the chants and prayers of devotees. Wherever he is, the stories agree on one thing: Hanuman is eternal, and his promise to humanity remains unbroken. It is said that his immortality was a blessing from Rama himself, a gift born not from conquest, but from love. As long as my name is remembered, Rama told him, you shall live, and the world shall know your strength, your courage, and your devotion. For Hanuman, this was not a boon but an opportunity, a chance to continue serving, to be a guardian in every age, for every soul who calls upon him. And so, he stays. Not for glory or recognition, but for love. Love for Rama, love for humanity, love for the Dharma he upholds. His immortality is not a solitary existence, it is a living act of devotion, an unending prayer that echoes across time. There are moments when the world feels heavy, when darkness seems to close in from all sides. In these moments, Hanuman's presence becomes a lifeline. His immortality is not a distant tale, it is a reminder that courage does not fade, that love does not die. His name carries a power that cuts through despair, that lifts even the heaviest heart. And yet, he does not seek worship. He does not demand offerings or elaborate rituals. All he asks is faith, a simple, unshaken faith that he is here, that he will come when called. It is this simplicity that makes his immortality so profound. He is not a god who sits above, watching from afar. He is here, among us, walking the same earth, breathing the same air. There are whispers that he appears in times of great need, when the balance of Dharma is threatened. But his help is not always recognized. He does not announce himself with thunder or light. He works quietly, subtly, his hand guiding events, his strength lifting those who cannot stand. His immortality is not about being seen, it is about being felt, being known in the depths of the soul. In the sacred texts, there is a verse that speaks of his eternal presence. Wherever Rama's name is sung, there Hanuman shall dwell. This is not a metaphor, it is a truth that vibrates through the fabric of existence. His immortality is not confined to his form, it lives in the devotion of those who chant his name, who whisper his prayers, who believe in his love. Even now, as the world changes and ages pass, Hanuman remains. He is in the courage of a mother protecting her child. He is in the strength of a farmer tilling the earth under the blazing sun. He is in the faith of a devotee who lights a single lamp in the darkest night. He is not gone, not distant. He is here, living in the hearts of those who call upon him. And as his story flows into the next, one cannot help but wonder, where will he appear next? Whose prayer will he answer? Whose heart will he fill with his unyielding love? The thought lingers, pulling us forward, as if Hanuman himself is waiting for the next chapter to unfold. A single whisper of his name is enough to ignite a flame in the darkest corners of the soul. Hanuman. It's not just a name, it's a force, an energy, a pulse that resonates through generations. His legacy is not carved into stone, but etched into the hearts of millions, alive in every prayer, every chant, every tear that falls in faith and hope. The impact of Hanuman's life is not bound by the confines of a single story or time. It lives in the courage of those who stand unshaken in the face of adversity, the humility of those who serve without seeking recognition, and the devotion of those who offer their hearts to a cause greater than themselves. Hanuman's story does not end with his acts of heroism. His devotion continues, unbroken. When you hear the stories of Hanuman lifting mountains, burning cities, or leaping across oceans, it's not just about his strength. It's a reminder of what strength truly means. It's the power to stand tall when the world tries to break you, to carry others when they can no longer walk, and to fight fiercely for what is right, even when the odds seem insurmountable. There's a tale that refuses to fade, one where Hanuman stood before Rama after the Great War. The battle was won, And yet, when asked what he desired, he bowed his head and said, "Let me always serve you." In that moment, his legacy was sealed, not as a warrior or a hero, but as the embodiment of selfless devotion. It is this spirit that echoes through the ages, a living lesson for those seeking purpose. Children grow up hearing his name, their small hands pressed in prayer as elders speak of his valor and love. His stories are more than bedtime tales, they are a blueprint for life. Parents tell their children about his loyalty, hoping they learn to stand by their loved ones with the same unshakable faith. Teachers share his wisdom, hoping to ignite a spark of courage and integrity in their students. And yet, his legacy is not confined to temples or texts. It breathes in the unspoken moments of everyday life. The person who offers food to a hungry stranger without expecting anything in return carries the mark of Hanuman's teachings. The one who fights for justice when it's easier to remain silent walks in his shadow. His legacy is not about grand gestures, it's about the quiet, unyielding acts of goodness that ripple outward, changing lives in ways unseen. His character stands as a mirror, reflecting the best parts of humanity. The strength that does not boast. The intelligence that does not seek to dominate. The humility that does not waver, even in the face of great power. Hanuman is the guardian of ideals, the keeper of values that transcend time and culture. In every symbol associated with him lies a message. His mace, a reminder that true strength is used to protect, not harm. His tail, once a weapon of fire, now a symbol of how even destructive power can be tempered by wisdom. His posture, whether leaping into action or kneeling in devotion, shows the balance between action and surrender. But his most enduring legacy is the love he inspires. It is a love that demands nothing and gives everything. To those who are lost, he offers direction. To those who are afraid, he offers courage. To those who are weary, he offers the strength to carry on. His presence is not just felt in temples or during festivals, it's there in the quiet prayers whispered by the bedside, and the moments of stillness where hope is born anew. There is a reason why his name is invoked in times of fear and despair. It is said that just chanting Jai Hanuman can drive away evil, strengthen the weak, and calm the restless heart. This is not mere superstition, it's a testament to the power of his legacy. Hanuman is not just a protector, he is a beacon of hope, a reminder that no matter how dark the night, there is always light waiting to break through. And yet, his legacy is not static. It grows, evolves, and finds new meaning with every generation. Today, as the world grapples with challenges that test the very fabric of humanity, Hanuman's teachings remain more relevant than ever. In a time when divisions seem insurmountable, his story reminds us of the strength in unity. In a world that often rewards selfishness, his selflessness shines like a beacon. Hanuman does not ask to be remembered in grand monuments or elaborate rituals. His legacy lives in the actions of those who carry his values forward. The parent who sacrifices for their child. The stranger who stands up for what is right. The individual who dares to dream and fight for a better world. These are the ways in which Hanuman's spirit lives on, not as a distant figure, but as a guiding force in our lives. And just when you think his story has been told, his presence whispers again, pulling you into another tale, another lesson, another moment where his legacy reveals itself anew. He is not bound by time, and his teachings are far from finished. His name calls out, not from the past, but from the present, asking, what will you do next? How will you carry his light forward?